Test, test, testing the microphone. Test, test, testing the microphone. Hello everyone, welcome back to Blenheim, to Horton Park. Very sorry for the delay. This match was supposed to start at 11:30. Unfortunately, there was quite a lot of water on one of the neighbouring pitches on the block. It's just to the left of screen as you see it there. You won't be able to see, but it's now covered in sawdust. Some water escaped when the covers were taken off. So that's delayed the start of play. We'll be starting at 1 o'clock, which is in 10 minutes' time, and the match will be a 35 over a side affair. Canterbury, Otago have won the toss and will bat first. This, of course, is the final of the inaugural Over-40s Interprovincial Tournament in New Zealand. First of its kind, 2 divisions. All the other matches in the tournament are underway. We've got the 3rd, 4th playoff between Auckland and Districts here at Horton Park on the number 3 pitch, and then down the road at Oliver Park we've got the 2 Division 2 matches, and I'll give you scores on those throughout the day as we go. So if you have joined us, thank you for doing so, and stay with us. We'll be back in about maybe 6 or 7 minutes, just as the players come onto the field. Okay, well, here we are back at Horton Park in Blenheim for the final of the New Zealand Over-40s Cricket Interprovincial Tournament. Canterbury Otago playing Wellington, Tasman in the Division 1 final. My name's Jim Morrison. I'll be with you all day. Hopefully someone will come and join me and we'll talk you through this game. Canterbury Otago have won the toss. They're going to bat first. The Canterbury Otago batsman, DJ Lyons, he'll be at the non-striker's end, and Hardeep Singh will take first ball against Campbell McLean. That's an interesting choice to open the bowling. Doesn't usually open the bowling, Campbell, but been given the new pill today in the final. What can he do? So we were delayed with the start today, as you can see. Some wetness on the leftmost pitch on the block when the covers were removed. Unfortunately, some of the water dripped out. Well, a fair chunk of it actually. And it was very muddy on that pitch. It's just to the left of screen. You won't be able to see it on your screen, but they've put sawdust and let the wind dry it out, and we're ready to go now, which is good. So, because of the delayed start, the number of overs in this match will be reduced to 35 a side, down from 45. There's going to be a lot of runs here. The first runs of the day, it's going to be kept in by Leonard Reeves, good fielding. So it's wides, and they ran 2, so that makes a total of 3 first runs of the day. Three other matches in this tournament today. I will report on all of those as we go through. It's a pretty good first over from Campbell McLean, apart from that wide delivery. No runs off the bat, so 3 without loss. So that match started at 10:30, so they're well through the first innings, just about nearly finished it in fact. Auckland batted first, 150 for 8 in fact. They had a pretty good start, 41 for the first wicket, then they lost 6 wickets for 34, and then a pretty good partnership of about 50 between Todd McDonald and Ruan Prematilika has got them to the point that they are now, 150 for 8. Sean Windle, the left armour, is going to have his first ball against Canterbury Otago opener DJ Lyons. No great pace from Windle, especially 4 days into the tournament. He's bowled quite a bit. He's the second leading wicket taker, in fact, in this division, having come up from Division 2. So he started in Division 2 actually, and was promoted to Division 1, celebrated by taking 5 for 34 on day 2, and then picked up another couple of wickets in yesterday's match. So he's had a good start. Here he is bowling to DJ Lyons, who gets off the mark with a little tickle around the corner to fine leg. He hasn't had a great tournament, Lyons, averaging about 9 with the bat, I think. Hardeep Singh, on the other hand, has had a good tournament, scored 55 or 75 maybe in the first game, then 55 in the second. Didn't get any in the T20 match that we had yesterday. Oh, he's played a very strange shot there. I'm not quite sure even how to describe that. It was kind of a little paddle. It's gone for 4, so more of a deflection really. Halfway between a paddle sweep and a leg glance, I think. But he does play some sort of unorthodox shots, Hardeep Singh. Anyway, so he's averaging around mid-40s in this tournament. He's done well. Former first-class player for one of the Indian teams, I can't remember which one. Plenty of action down in Division 2. Third and fourth playoff, Wellington, Tasman, playing districts. Wellington, Tasman, they've rocketed up to 239 for 6 from 37 overs. That's 6.4 over. Justin Hobbs, continuing his very, very good tournament. 80 off 48 deliveries, 4 4s and 5 6s. He's the leading run scorer in the tournament overall, actually. Good bowling from McLean. He's bowling pretty full. Not fast, but he's a good bowler. Hardeep Singh was running that first one, calling easy two, but turned out to just be an easy 1. And that means that he'll be on strike. Ooh, goes for a big swing that time, misses completely. He is a stroke player. Hardeep plays some unorthodox shots, but he's quite entertaining, I think. Excellent over from Campbell McLean, just the 1 off it, so he's bowled 2 overs for 4, good start from him. He might find himself opening the bowling for the Wakatu Cricket Club when he gets back to Nelson. And the grand final in Division 2 is between Auckland and Canterbury Otago. Auckland batting first, 191 for 7. I'll come back to that shortly as Windle continues to Lyons, who's forward, just pushing it to Hamish Marshall at short mid-wicket. In that Division 2 game, Muhammad Khan, the top scorer there, he's 59 not out. And Akshay Bokhel is 30 not out. It's a good partnership between those two. Lyons picks up a single, as you can see there. Hardeep Singh goes big this time over square leg. Nice shot, that one. Swinging it away off the leg stump. Quite a wristy shot. Into the boundary at square leg underneath that great big tree, which you probably can't see in your picture, but it's just to the left of the umpire there, who's on the right of your screen. 4 runs to Hardeep Singh, his second boundary. Here's Windle again, has Hardeep coming forward, poking it up to mid-on for no run. Hardeep drives, beautiful shot, very wristy, into the cover boundary for 4. We saw a similar shot yesterday. He went aerial yesterday. That was a lovely shot. This one equally elegant and pleasing on the eye, but all along the ground. Second boundary of the over, third in total for Hardeep. He's moved up to 12 and the score is 18 after 4. So it's a nice day here in Blenheim, which, if you don't know, is at the northeast corner of the South Island of New Zealand. And after a pretty rainy day yesterday, reduced the round 3 matches to 20 overs. Today has dawned sunny. It's a bit chilly. There's some wind around, but there was a bit of overnight rain, and as I mentioned, that got onto one of the pitches, delaying the start, but it's nice weather now and we should get through on consecutive boundaries for the Canterbury Otago batsman. Lions is first. This time Lions just turns it around the corner. You'll see that on your screen as the ball comes towards us here in the commentary position. Well, it's just me really. One more to Lions. Hardeep Singh goes big again over that extra cover region, goes in the air this time. It's a favoured area for him, so he's had a few siders now, has Hardeep Singh, and he's well into his work. So a good time to be joining us. If you enjoy musical animals, you'll be enjoying this Lions-Singh partnership. So the man has stayed out there, that's Craig Foster, out where that last ball was hit. No run this time. Cut this time, but straight to Mark Colkin, who prevents any run. It's the end of the 5th over. A little bit expensive, that one. 9 off it. So it's been a great tournament so far, apart from that delay yesterday that forced the matches to be 2020s. We've been uninterrupted by the weather, which is awesome. Today we'll see the finals and the third and fourth playoffs. Then we'll have all the teams back here to Horton Park for presentations. There'll be Player of the Day awards, the trophies for the best batters and bowlers in the tournament, the presentation of the team trophies, and then the naming of the New Zealand over-40 team and the New Zealand A over-40s team. Those teams will be named to play against Australia, which will send its over-40s national team over here in February to Christchurch. The Australian over-40s national championships are going on as we speak. They started yesterday, so very similar timing to the New Zealand one. Some good players involved in that tournament. I watched a little bit of the live streaming from over there. High standard of play, as you'd expect. A lot of good cricketers still playing into their 40s in Australia. Lyons heaves that out to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Martin Slabbert gives good chase, but never had a chance of catching it, I don't think. It was a bit of an agricultural shot from Lyons, but effective. And they've got the run rate up to 5.81 now, which is good. Yeah, so the Australian national champs in progress. I'm not sure when they'll name their national team, but I imagine shortly after that tournament finishes. And then they'll tour here in February, mid-February. Australia will play a warm-up match against New Zealand A, and New Zealand will play a warm-up match against New Zealand A, and then New Zealand and Australia will play 3 over-40s internationals. Those will be the first of their kind anywhere in the world, I believe. That's through mid-wicket again, the same area but a more cultured shot. And same result, 4 runs. So consecutive boundaries to Lyons. He's raced up to 16 from 13. So both of those shots going into the same area. They've plugged the gap now. Martin Slabbert is going to stay in the spot where both of those balls ended up. So plenty to play for today with the naming of those 2 sides, plus all the trophies. And of course the team glory as well, in both divisions. So the 3rd consecutive ball goes out to mid-wicket, but with the fielder back there, Martin Slabbert, it's just a single. Still 9 off the over. We saw 9 off the previous over. So Wellington, Tasman going along pretty well. Haven't lost a wicket yet. Hardeep Singh shaped to do a regular paddle and then saw the ball was outside the off stump, so he ended up kind of dabbing it. He does play weird shots, Hardeep Singh, but he's good enough to get away with something like that. He's got a lot of time. Lyons again goes into the mid-wicket area, out to Slabbert on the boundary, who throws it over the head of the keeper. So 11 off that over, good one for Wellington, Tasman. Canterbury, Otago, sorry. As I look over to the grandstand seating area, to the left of me, I can see the Auckland and Districts players eating their lunch. Auckland were dismissed for 163 in 40, so they had 3 balls left in their designated 45. Top score there, Grant Thorpe with 31, Ruan Prematilika with 30, and wickets shared around. We're going to have change in the bowling. Hamish Marshall is going to have a bowl. Bowling first change, replacing Campbell McLean. Here he comes to DJ Lyons. Pretty good pace actually at this level. Hamish Marshall, definitely faster than Campbell McLean, who opened up. Just a short guy. Hamish comes bustling in, still fit, runs well. And nice action. He's slammed down the ground to mid-off, but no run. Direct hit from the fielder. So Lions has moved up to 18 at a runner ball. Hardeep Singh, 17 off 21. Hamish Marshall has been one of the most economical bowlers at this tournament, going at about 4.5 and over. It's been a high-scoring IPT, this one. So, yeah, 4.5 or 4.6 is one of the better economy rates that we've seen. Five dots so far in Hamish Marshall's first over. And he finishes with a maiden. So, maiden to start for Hamish Marshall, and we're at 38 after 7 overs. Yeah, so Auckland 163 all out. That means Districts will need 164 to finish third. Down in Division 2, Auckland have actually made a really good comeback there. Mohammed Khan, he's really picked up the scoring now. He's on 84 not out of 72 deliveries, 9 fours and 3 sixes. And with an over to go, Auckland 233 for 8. So that was a really good comeback from, what were they, 87 for 6, 117 for 7. Well done. Hardeep Singh again plays that shot where he goes down on one knee as if he's going to sweep it and then ends up deflecting it down to third man. Takes a single. DJ Lyons more orthodox in defence. Big shout for LBW, given straight away by the umpire. No hesitation there as DJ Lyons looked to hoik it away to mid-wicket, his favourite area, but missed it, struck on the pad, and Sean Windle grabs another wicket. That's his 8th of the tournament, makes him the second leading wicket taker in the tournament, and DJ Lyons has to go. 18 off 23 deliveries, and Wellington Tasman, sorry, Canterbury Otago, 39 for 1. So he's quite disappointed with himself, DJ Lyons, as he crosses the boundary line. Takes off the helmet angrily. Not sure if he thought he should have hit that one or he was unhappy with the choice of shot. But his dismissal brings Canterbury Otago captain Steve Hobson to the wicket. We saw Steve bat pretty well yesterday, scoring 61 in that match that was reduced to 20 overs a side. 61 off 38 deliveries he scored. Played some nice cover drives, some nice cuts. So the leading wicket taker in this division is Peter Connell from Districts, but he's not playing today, so he won't add to his tally of 10. Sean Windle is now up to 8, so he's got 5.5 overs to take 2 wickets to join Peter Connell at the top of the table. Here he is bowling to Hobson, who drives crisply straight away, but straight to Deepak June at a very short cover. Hobson opens his account with a single to backward square leg. End of a wicket taking over for Sean Windle. He's got 1 for 27 from 4 overs. So these two teams, probably the best two teams in Division 1, to be fair. Auckland lost all of their matches coming into this match. Districts did beat Canterbury Otago in round 1, but they've sort of gone off the boil a bit since then. Wellington Tasman put a marker down pretty easily, or pretty early in this tournament, chasing Auckland's 280 with just the loss of 2 wickets. And we see Hobson cut beautifully for 4. Just a little bit of width this time, and we saw yesterday that he is pretty good on the cut shot. So as soon as that was just to the left of the fieldsman, you could tell it was going to be 4 on this ground. So first boundary for Steve Hobson. It's full and straight and jammed out by Hobson. It probably could have taken a run there, but chose not to. And these two teams played yesterday, actually, in that T20 match. Canterbury won a thriller with Wellington needing 3 off the last ball to win, and Leighton Johnston bowling Leonard Reeves, who was the top scorer in the innings with 30. So a very exciting finish to that match, and they're quite evenly matched, these two teams. Nice drive from Hobson, where Craig Foster does the fielding, and they take 1. So that's the end of the 9th over, 45 for 1, that's exactly 5 and over. And in the Division 2 match, Auckland have ended up with 240 for 9 from their 45 overs. Muhammad Khan was run out for 92 right at the end in that last over. And in the other match there for third and fourth, Wellington Tasman, they've got about an over and a half left in their innings, and they're up to 280. So they could be looking at close to 300 in that game. Hobson drives through the gap, that's going to go out for 4. Nuwan Widdowsuri won't chase that one down. Nice crisply hit shot from the Canterbury Otago captain, Steve Hobson, former South Africa under-19 player. In good form now after his 61 yesterday. Full again, driven again. It is well fielded by Craig Foster at mid-off. He had to get there, or it would have been at least 2, I think. As it was, he sprawled across and kept it to 1. Hardeep Singh drives square on the offside, and it's going out towards the boundary, and it will cross the boundary now. So another risky shot from Hardeep Singh, the Canterbury Otago player, plays in Christchurch for the Marist Club. Second boundary of the over. Oh, he goes for another one of those very cheeky shots. He must have got an under edge on that one. Comes herring back for 2. More wristy cricket from Hardeep Singh. That's an amazing shot, whipping it away through mid-wicket. Gosh, he plays some interesting shots, does Hardeep. Gets the ball into weird parts of the field, but very effective and good to watch. That was a lovely shot. Expensive over from Windle. 12, 14, 15 off it. And he's now bowled 5 overs for 42 runs. With that 1 wicket. 60 for 1 after 10. The Auckland and Districts players have vacated the grandstand seating to go get ready for the second innings in their match. The pitch looks pretty good. It's the 3rd match on this pitch. It could even be the 4th, I'm not sure. But it's held up pretty well and it still looks good for batting. The outfield still fast. Marshall to Hobson, guides it down to 3rd man, just 1. If you're into veterans cricket, you may have followed the international over 50s match that was played overnight. That was between South Africa and Namibia. More wristy cricket from Hardeep Singh. I think that's going to go out towards the boundary, behind square on the leg side. So another entertaining shot there from Hardeep. He doesn't hit the ball in traditional areas. 32 off 27 he is now. He's struggling with his hamstring a little bit, looks like, or the quad. That match between South Africa and Namibia, part of the quadrangular series being played in Centurion, which I think is near Johannesburg, I could be wrong. South Africa won that match by 9 wickets. Pretty comprehensive win it was, as you'd expect over Namibia. Marshall again to Hardeep, no run. Namibia all out for 86. Some great bowling from Alan Dawson, the former Protea seamer, still very, very fit at the age of 53. He took 3 for 7 off 9 overs or something crazy like that. And another former Protea, Clive Eckstein, the left arm spinner, took 2 for 10 or something like that. Driven back to Hamish Marshall, who does some good fielding off his own bowling. Just the one boundary in that over. And then chasing that 87 to win, South Africa did it for just the loss of 1 wicket. Louis Kern was the man out, yet another former Proteas player. So lots of ex-internationals playing in South Africa. They've really taken to that concept there. Really well organised veterans league that they have, run by my good friend Roger Moult. It's probably a little bit late for Roger to be up watching this match, but he does a wonderful job organising the over 50s World Cup years too. And the 4th team in that tournament is going to be like a South Africa A team or something, because unfortunately the United Arab Emirates pulled out. Lots of veterans cricket going on around the world. We've just had the Australian over 50s championships. Currently the over 40s championships in Australia are ongoing, as I mentioned before. The New Zealand over 40s IPT is in progress. That's what we're talking about here. The over 50s IPT starts in a couple of weeks. We've got that quadrangular series going on in South Africa. Last month we had there was an 8 nations over 50s tournament in the West Indies. There's all sorts of things going on. It's wonderful. Of course, the big one, the over 50s World Cup, being played in Cape Town in March of next year. Here's Leonard Reeves, bowling to Steve Hobson, starts with a big wide. And I mustn't forget the Australian over 40s tour of New Zealand that I mentioned earlier. That's happening in February. You can keep up to date with all of those things on Facebook. Just search the appropriate age group. Hobson drives off the thick outside edge down to 3rd man for 1. So for over 40s and 50s cricket internationally, there's the World Over 40s and Over 50s Cricket Facebook page. And then at the various age groups in New Zealand, you can just search by the age group. That's probably how you ended up here watching this, listening to me today, wherever you are. Thank you very much for joining. Hardeep Singh cuts to point, no run. Leonard Reeves was almost the match winner for Wellington Otago, Wellington Tasman yesterday, but with the bat. Hardeep Singh drives aerially, just wide of Deepak June at short cover, and they'll come back for two. Yeah, Leonard Reeves came in at 9, I think, 8 or 9. Scored 30 off 18 balls, took Wellington Tasman to within a whisker of winning a game that they really had no rights to, after they were needing 9 or 10 and over for the last 10. Hardeep Singh pulls, but there is protection out there. That's Martin Slabbert. Both these batsmen going pretty much run a ball, and that's exactly what the overall run rate is, 6.00. Hobson misses out on the cut this time, and well taken by Darren Cudby, who's kept very well in this tournament. I mentioned it yesterday that he doesn't wear pads, which is quite unusual for a wicket-keeper. He says he trusts himself to catch the ball with his gloves. Hobson cuts down to third man, where it's fielded by Mark Young, who flings it back in to end that over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 off it. Darren Cudby doesn't wear pads because he trusts himself to catch the ball, but he got hit on the leg in round 1, and I think it was on the shin, so that caused him to miss a game. So I thought today we might see him wear pads, but no, he's padless again. Marshall to Hobson, quick single, that's good running, as they made Campbell McLean rush around to his left. So good running from those two. Hardeep Singh looks like he likes to take quick singles, runs hard between the wickets. Right, let's see where he's going to try and hit the ball this over. Hardeep Singh. No run, out to backward point. He swings it away to the leg side this time, but straight to Nuwan Wirasurya, who I haven't mentioned yet today. We'll see him have a bowl later. He bowls off spin. Marshall to Singh. Back cuts this time. He's got it to the left of Mark Colkin, and the third man has to come running around and do quite a lot of work, so they take 2. Okay, so end that over. 75 for 1 after 13. They have started in the Auckland versus Leighton Parsons has already hit 2 boundaries in the first over, being bowled by Todd McDonald. And looks like he's just hit a third one actually. As Hardeep takes another single. So 3 boundaries in the first over for Leighton Parsons. Bowled him. Big wicket there. Canterbury Otago captain trying to pull a ball that probably wasn't short enough for the pull, and he's been bowled. He may have chopped it on, I'm not sure, but goes down the book as bowled, and that is a big wicket for Wellington Tasman, their second. Steve Hobson bowled by Leonard Reeves for 15. Just quickly go through the other games. Both of the Division 2 matches have finished the first innings. Wellington Tasman, 290 they ended up with. Top score, Justin Hobbs again, 80 off 48. Marcus Barrett, 42 off 51. Ruan Wirakodi, 34 off 26. Good bowling there from Srinivasan Mani, took 4 for 31, not bad in the context of that score. And Auckland, as I mentioned, in the final, 240 they got from 45 overs, so really good comeback from them. Muhammad Khan, 93 run out. Some good bowling figures in there. Todd Elliott, 2 for 24 from 9. Mark Murphy, 2 for 29 from 9. Big Ben Rapson is the new batsman for Canterbury Otago, coming in at 4. Rapson off the mark immediately with a run down to fine leg. Oh, it's going to be a whole lot of wides. 5 of them, I think. Yes, 5 wides. They're always so costly, those 5 wides when the keeper doesn't get them. Before this match, he hadn't had a lot of success, Leonard Reeves. 1 for 98 he'd taken from 78 deliveries. Not sure how many overs that is. So 7.5 and over. Been quite expensive. But today, 1 for 13 from almost 2 overs. That will go up by 1 as Hardeep Singh cuts out to the point boundary for 1, and Reeves does have 1 for 14 from 2, and the total 83 for 2. Hardeep Singh up to 40 now. Oh, sorry, Leonard Reeves still got 1 ball left. Not sure what happened there. So hard. Hang on a minute. Hardeep Singh is now the leading run scorer in this division. He did have 136 before this match. He's now got 176, and that puts him 1 run ahead of Deepak June, who of course has an opportunity to recapture the lead later in this game when he bats, as does Hamish Marshall, who had 143 before this game. Nuwan Weerasurya will have a bowl. That one is going to be, no, it's going to be 4 actually. I thought the fielder might have got it. No, another 4 to Hardeep Singh. It's wide down the leg side. That one's short and hit out to Andrew McCarr on the square leg boundary. Falls safely before it gets to him, and that's 1 run to end the over. All right, Reeves to Rapson, who drives straight back down, and so straight that he hits the stumps at the bowler's end. No run. So of course, with the wonders of modern technology, YouTube streaming, we can be broadcast all around the world. Anyone around the globe can tune into this coverage from sunny Blenheim, including all the way over in Nelson, just over the hill. My good buddy Mason Robinson tuning in. Not sure why he's not working, but that's okay. Hello, Mason. Mason, of course, the wicketkeeper for the New Zealand over-50s team. He'll be in action at the over-50s IPT in Tauranga in just a couple of weeks' time. Great to see some of the over-50s following the youngsters in the 40s division. That one catches the edge of Rapson and goes down to fine leg for 1. You may be aware the New Zealand over-50s went to Australia in July for a tri-series involving Australia and Sri Lanka. They came back with the silverware, winning that trophy. Mason was part of that team, which was led by Adrian Dale successfully. Some good performances by Kiwi players there, the likes of Colin Owens, Adil Samani, Darren Sears, Adrian Dale himself, Richard Petrie, all getting in amongst the runs and wickets. Great to see. And all the top over-50s players in the country will be vying for spots on the plane to South Africa in March for the much-awaited over-50s World Cup. Leighton Parsons, he's going pretty well for districts, 24 off 14 he is, 4 boundaries. Nick Smith, not usually opening the batting. He's batted at 9 and 10 for district so far, but he's got a chance to open today. 5 off 9. Right, Wellington to continue. Bowls a good line there, just outside the off stump of Ben Rapson, who lets it go through to wicketkeeper Darren Cudby. Wellington in again, and Rapson uses his feet this time, just drops it down on the onside and picks up a quick single, being called through by his batting partner Hardeep Singh, who's moved up to 45. Typically entertaining innings from Hardeep. From 47, has hit some fairly radical sort of shots, unorthodox. He's quite an unpredictable batsman. Good to watch. And there, speaking of that, he reverse sweeps for 4. It was pretty much a switch hit, actually. Going from being a right-hander to a left-hander, and then playing a lovely left-handed sweep down to the unprotected third-man boundary for 4 runs. Great shot from Hardeep. He's now just 1 run away from what will be his 3rd half-century of this tournament. He is the leading run scorer in the Division 1 grade, as I mentioned. He won't get it on this ball, as Reeves swoops in. Goes reverse again, the switch hit, and he's hit it into the wicket-keeper, and it's rebounded off the wicket-keeper and ended off on the leg side, which he had kind of made into the offside by becoming a left-hander. So quite a confusing shot, that one. What's he going to do now? Anyone's guess. Oh, hits down the ground just beyond the grasp of the diving Nuwan Wellington, and by my calculations that's 50. Right, it is 50 in fact for Hardeep. I thought it was. The Cricket HQ scorers who do the official one, they hadn't actually noticed that he'd ticked over to the 50 mark, so I let them know, and they let him know, and the crowd gave him a well-deserved round of applause. 50 he is, 3rd straight 50. Okay, Reeves continue. Oh, he's hit that straight up in the air. There's a chance of a catch. It's going to take some catching. There's 1, 2, 3 guys trying to get there and catch it. We had the bowler tracking back. We had the long on coming in, and we had the cover racing in. And it created a little triangle there, and the ball fell right in the middle of all 3 of them. So, from a neutral's perspective, I'm not unhappy to see that, because I want to see Hardeep bat a little bit more. But I'm sure Reeves won't be happy. And then he responds by cover driving very nicely. Just for 2 though. Chance of a run out as Rapson has to motor, drops his bat. Reeves drops the ball. It's all happening here at Horden Park. Drives again. Oh, it's gone through the legs of Deepak June. He won't be happy with that. One of the better fielders in the team. Just a single as Andrew McCarr tidies up. The 100 up came with the shot before that one. 101 for 2 now after 17 and a half overs. That's 5.7 and over. It's a pretty good start for Canterbury Otago, trying to set a big target in this 35 over match. Reeves again to Ben Rapson, who is guiding the ball down to short third man. No run though, as Mark Young whips the ball into the wicketkeeper Darren Cudby. And that's the end of 4 overs from Leonard Reeves. 1 for 21, not bad in the context of a higher scoring game. And we're going to have a drink. Playoff. Leighton Parsons, he's still going well, 30 off 21. Nick Smith, 10 off 13, and the score is 44 after 5.4 overs. That's 7 3/4 and over. So made a bright and breezy start, chasing 164 to win that match. In Division 2, only one of the matches has resumed for the second innings. That is the final between Auckland and Canterbury Otago. Auckland, they got 240 for 9, as I mentioned, and Canterbury Otago 8 without loss. All right, resuming after drinks. Nuwan Wirasuria to Ben Rapson. Ooh, quick single, but it's not a wonderful throw from Leonard Reeves, or at least not good enough to put too much pressure on Hardeep Singh, who's quite a quick runner between the wickets. Easy one down the ground for Hardeep. That's a very good over from Wirasuria, bowling pretty tightly, and just the 2 runs off it. He's now got none for 15 from 3. Overall in this tournament, before day, he had 5 wickets at an average of 15.6 and a run rate of 4.78. So that's pretty good in the context of a high-scoring tournament. It's going to be a change from the City end. It's going to be Martin Labbott, who's going to replace Leonard Reeves. Labbott, the leg spinner, hasn't had a lot of success. Just the 1 wicket in the tournament before today at for 110 runs. But he has looked dangerous on occasions. He's just got that point of difference, bowls leg spin. If anything, he's been guilty of bowling a bit short. But he has beaten the bat a few times and troubled some players. Here he is now, bowling to Hardeep Singh. Does start with a short ball, which Singh pulls away to the square leg boundary for 1. To the boundary fielder, I should say, not the boundary itself. Short, pulled by Rapson. There's another man out there who takes the catch finally, juggles it. Came racing to him. I'm just trying to work out who that is out there. We'll work that out in a moment. But came flying to him. He came charging in. The ball hit him on the chest, bobbled up a few times, but he ended up catching it safely. And that is the end of Rapson and a second wicket for Martin Slabbert in the tournament.
Deepak, and you guys, who took the catch?
Well, Welly boys, who took that, please, sorry?
Deepak. Oh, Brian Kramer.
Yes.
Okay, we've established that it was Brian Kramer who took the catch. Not actually playing in this match today, so not sure how he's got himself on the field. But he'll be happy to have done that. He was actually very happy. And the new batsman is Nigel Collins, who has come into this tournament with a big reputation as a fearsome hitter of the ball. He did score 37 in one of the earlier matches with 4 sixes, but hasn't done much else. Let's see what he can do today against Martin Slabbert. Gets off the mark with an easy 1 into the covers. So we could be in for a bit of entertainment with these two batters at the crease. Short pulled, but again to that man, square leg on the boundary. Short again, swung away. This one will beat the field, goes between the two boundary riders. And Collins is away with a 4. So that spoils the Slabbert over, although he did get a wicket. 1 for 7, and we're 112 for 3 at the 20 over mark. Remember, this is a 35 over match. Districts still yet to the wicket. As Leighton Parsons hits another boundary, he's on 38 now. Oh, beautiful shot from Hardeep Singh. So wristy, just opens up that offside, hits well over the cover fieldsman's head into the boundary for 4. Okay, Hardeep Singh continues on his merry way. And that will be a wide. Ooh, quick single down to mid-off, it'll have to go. Shy at the stumps, wasn't far from running out Hardeep Singh. Good attempt from Campbell McLean at mid-off. But Hardeep makes it. Right, slab it to continue to Nigel Collins. What can he do? It's a good length delivery, and Collins just taps it to the left of Hamish Marshall, enough that he can run through for a single, which he does. So, as I said before, I think this will be an entertaining partnership, however long it lasts. That one's pulled in the gap, and it'll be 4 for Hardeep Singh, so he's really coming along well. Oh, he's hurt his... I think he's hurt his leg. Oh no, well he has, but he was just walking funny for a moment there. But another well-hit boundary. Worked out that Slabbit does bowl short quite a lot, and that there is a gap between those two boundary riders. So his 12th 4 in his innings of 67. No sixes yet. Here's Slabbit again. That one's full, good length, and Hardeep just taps it back to him. Punch down the ground for 1 by Hardeep. Ooh, it's nicely bowled by Slabbit. Good full length, and that ends the over. 6 runs off it. So we've got 13 overs left in this innings. They're going at 5.8. So Good score building up here. Let's see how districts are doing. They're building up a good score too. Leighton Parsons, 43 not out from 35. Good to see him getting some runs. He hasn't had a lot of opportunities in this tournament, but he's taken this one. Nuan Wirasuria will keep going. Hardeep goes back onto that switch hit, and he has switch hit it for 6 runs over third man. He's turned that into fine leg and smashed it into the playground. Amazing shot, switch hit for 6. You don't see that every day at open age cricket, let alone veterans cricket. Most veterans cricketers are fairly orthodox. You see the occasional scoop, but not many shots like that played very often. Great stuff. Does play an orthodox shot on that occasion, out to straight mid-wicket, picks up 1. So he's on 75 now, that equals his highest score of the tournament. He scored the same number of runs on day 1. Switch hit again. Good fielding by Mark Culkin, and he was alert to that possibility. He was at the third man, which, as I said, became fine leg once he became a left-hander, and well fielded. But they do get a single. 9 off the first 4 balls of this over. And some really good inventive stroke play from Hardeep Singh in particular. When's Nigel Collins going to launch? Just gently strokes it out to the cover sweeper for 1. And that ends an over that saw 10 off it, including that audacious first switch hit for 6. Division 2, check of the scores. Districts 10 for 1. Chasing 291 to beat Wellington. Who's the batsman out there? Let's see. Simon Eves, who's been their leading run scorer. He was bowled by Craig Shanks for 1. Here's Martin Slabbit bowling to Nigel Collins. He does go big this... No, sorry, he doesn't. I thought he had, but he's just hit it to Culkin in the ring. A little bit more aggression in that shot. Just content to pick up the 1s at this point. They've got that run rate up to 6 now, have Canterbury Otago. Oh, nice little delicate dab by Hardeep down to the vacant third man. There's a chase for the fielder, gives it up, 4 runs. Boundaries keep coming for Hardeep Singh. He's into the 80s now. While they retrieve that ball, I'll let you know how Canterbury Otago are doing Division 2 final. Chasing 241 to beat Auckland, 48 for 1. Kieran McCord and Simon Caradis going along okay there. Oh, he dabs that one even finer. It's gone just past the wicketkeeper, and he'll get 2. So, using every inch of this field is Hardeep Singh. He's definitely a 360-degree player, although most of his big shots do go square or behind square. This time he goes in front of square, just gently hitting that full toss out to the mid-wicket sweeper for 1. Martin Slabbert to Nigel Collins, who is driving it out to the cover sweeper again to end the over.
149.24.
And the score after 24 overs is 149. Still a coolish breeze coming across Horton Park, but it's lovely weather for cricket. Plenty of blue sky, a bit of cloud around the periphery of Nelson. Sun's out, players are in their t-shirts. Very happy to be playing cricket on this lovely Monday afternoon. Hamish Marshall is going to have a bowl. Better known, of course, for his batting than his bowling as a cricketer. But has bowled a little bit. Let's have a look at his career bowling stats. He's taken 42 first-class wickets at an average of 45. Grabbed another 4 at List A level. They were a bit more expensive. Bowling to Nigel Collins, who was hit on the pad. I think it was a little bit high, that one. Hamish Marshall liked it, but Nigel Collins is, as they say these days, a big unit, and that seemed to hit him above the knee roll. Hamish Marshall's best bowling figures in first-class cricket, 4 for 24. He did play 264 first-class matches and 312 List A matches, plus another 149 T20 matches, so plenty of cricket on that resume. It's well over 600 games at that level, amazing. And still going at the age of 43 and keen as ever. Good over this one from Marshall, 5 dots so far. Collins plays a graceful, powerful cut shot, which Brian Crammer misfields on the cover boundary. Went straight to him, and he should have really stopped it. It was hit hard, but just bumbled off his stomach, I think, and dribbled away for 4. So bad luck to Brian Crammer, the fielder there. End of the over, 150 comes up with that shot. It's 153 now. And that's a run rate of 6.12. Nigel Collins just easing into his work, 15 off 19. Hardeep Singh, 83 off 72, not far away from 100. We've seen a few hundreds in this tournament, 3 on the first day in fact. Deepak June and Hamish Marshall getting one for Wellington, and Byron Jolivet scoring one for Districts. And that's it actually. In Division 1, we did see one in Division 2 from Chris Fitzgerald. Okay, change of bowler. It's going to be Mark Colkin. Bowling to Hardeep Singh, who slams it away to the boundary rider. That's Campbell McLean down at square leg for a 1. Collins plays a very similar shot, maybe just with a bit more power. Oh, plays another ridiculous shot. Hardeep Singh, that's a scoop paddle, some outrageous fielding as well. I don't know if you caught that on the screen, but fielder there trying to do a forward roll save, so it all happened in that delivery. It was a great scoop from Hardeep Singh. Ended up being 4, despite some theatrical fielding from, I'm not sure exactly who it is, might be Andrew McCarr down there. So that'll go in the highlights package, that one. Colkin to Singh again. Just gracefully pushed out into the leg side for 1. So I hope you're enjoying this batting wherever you're watching. It's pretty entertaining stuff from my perspective. Oh, Collins goes for a big shot that time. No run. Colkin goes up for the LBW shout. Turned down. Leighton Parsons has reached his first 50 of the tournament over in the 3rd, 4th playoff. He's on 51. Well done to him. Hardeep Singh goes over extra cover into the boundary for 4. Another lovely shot from him. Oh, what a beautiful shot that is. Just paddling it round the corner for 4, and that brings up his century. What a great way to get it. Some incredible shots we've seen today from Hardeep Singh. Brings up 100 with very typical shot for him. Just getting right down and paddling it round the corner for 4. So 100 off 79 balls with 16 fours and a 6. And wow, some really, really skillful shots. Hardeep Singh, well played. And more to come. We've still got best part of 9 overs to go. I think we're going to see some real fireworks now. Yeah, hasn't really looked troubled today either, Hardeep Singh. He's been really in control, even despite playing high-risk shots. It's another boundary for Nigel Collins. He's much more of a power player, whereas Hardeep relies on touch and great eye. Nigel Collins uses that big frame of his and some good timing. Expensive over for Hamish Marshall. Collins goes big this time. Chance of a catch. Dropped. Mark Young down there at long on. Couldn't take the catch. He had plenty of ground to make to his left. And he got there in time, but he would have had to catch it down by his ankles. And the ball just spilled out. So a reprieve for Nigel Collins. Bad luck for Hamish Marshall, the bowler. And Canterbury Otago, they've got that run rate up to 6.56 now. This is a big platform that they've got. Only 3 wickets down. Still got some good hitters to come. Colkin to Collins, who's smashed it. There's some work to do for Deepak June. He'll get it. He'll come back for 2. So don't go anywhere for the next 8 overs if you're watching this. I think we could see up near 250 perhaps. Collins hits it way up in the air. It's top edged. It's gone over what ends up being third man for 4 runs. So went to hit it over backward square leg, but got a top edge, and it's gone down to the boundary for 4 more. Partnership up to 77 now between these two. Hardeep Singh 101, Nigel Collins 27. Collins goes big. That's gone huge. Where's it going to land? Lands out of the field. It's landed on the road. He hit that way up in the air. Probably went higher than it did long, but still had enough to clear the boundary comfortably. And that's a big shot from Collins. He's known for his 6 hitting, and that's exactly what he's done there. So, runs, I was going to say flowing, but it feels like it's more of a torrent than a flow at the moment. So there's a bit of ball retrieval to be done, as I think it's Brian Kramer running across what I believe is Redwood Street. I think I was calling it Scott Street earlier in the week, but that runs parallel to Redwood. And Whatever street it is, Brian Kramer has done some fielding down it. Thrown the ball back to Mark Culkin, who will try again. 13 already off this over, and we're only halfway through. Collins drives down to long off. Gets a big round of applause and the predictable shouts of "good cricket." Okay, and just when you get Collins off strike, you've got Hardeep Singh on strike. Where's he going to go? He goes big as well. That's going to be his first 6. That's onto the street as well. Nearly hits that silver ute that's foolishly parked there. And another 6 for Hardeep Singh. Sorry, his second 6 it is. Of course, he hit that reverse, or that switch hit 6 earlier. $20 off the over so far. We've got a ball left. Here we go. Culkin to Hardeep, who sweeps it, nearly falls over in the process, but he's going to get another 4 with that little paddle round the corner. More outrageous batting from Hardeep Singh. And 24 runs off that over. And the 200 is up. There's still 7 overs to go. So I'm not going to bet against Canterbury Otago getting 250. Maybe even 270. Now the batter's just taking a drink of water. That's fair enough. Northern District, Districts. They've lost a wicket. Nick Smith, he was out for 18 off 35. Leighton Parsons 51 off 53, and Districts making pretty light work so far of their target, which is only 163. James Mackey is the new batsman. He's scored quite a few runs in this tournament. The wicket taker, Vishal Bay, he's taken 1 for 6 off 2. He's also had a good tournament. Martin Slabbit back into the attack, replacing Hamish Marshall. Slabbit's been a bit expensive, gone for 22 actually off 3. Sorry, it's slightly wrong up on the screen here. 22 off 3, so that's not too bad in the context of this innings. He's bowling to Collins. No run. Collins hits with a lot of power. It was only a few metres to the left of Brian Kramer, but really didn't give him a chance of stopping it out there on the offside boundary. So another boundary for Nigel Collins. He's hit 5 of those, along with that towering 6. And he's up to 38. So that's his highest score of this tournament, surpassing the 37 he got, I think, against Districts. And he's called through for a single here, as it goes to Deepak June on the 30-yard circle mark. reverse or switch, whatever, it's going to go for 4 again. So he just keeps playing those ridiculous shots and they keep coming off for him. So wonderful to watch. You just don't see these sort of shots played very much normally at Masters level cricket, but Hardeep plays them. He's up to 115. The highest score in the tournament so far in Division 1 is 128 by Deepak June. He goes over cover. That's a wonderful shot. That might even go for 6. Wow, that's extraordinary as well. Showing some real power and timing in that shot, not just wristiness, but very, very good shot, that one. I'm sure that would have come up quite nicely on the screen there. And Hardeep, wow, he's just going nuts, isn't he? 121 off 84 balls. Wonderful to watch. What can Wellington Tasman do? There's a bit of a discussion between Hamish Marshall, the captain, and Deepak June, the other senior player in the team. Looks like Hamish Marshall is going to have a bowl himself from the city end. He bowled from the hills end earlier. Mark Colkin's 2-over spell went for 31, so I guess he's not really an option to continue. Deepak June himself could have had a bowl. The bowling figures: Campbell McLean none for 13 off 3. He wasn't bad. Sean Windle 1 for 42 off 5. Hamish Marshall none for 35 off 6. Leonard Reeves 1 for 21 off 4, pretty good too. Nuan Wirasuria 1 for 32 off 5. And Martin Slabbert none for 41 off 4. Oh, starts with a full toss, which has been absolutely destroyed. It's hit something. It may have been a passing car or a parked car. There was a resounding thud. Definitely out of the ground, well out of the ground. 6 runs, there's no question about that. I'll just check on whether it was a no ball as well. Okay, so it looked to me like it was over waist height, but no ball has been signalled, so just the 6. Interesting decision from the umpires. There's a few players over the street trying to find the ball. I think they've got it. That was a huge hit from Collins. He is a big man, big and strong, very muscular, probably 6'2", 6'3". And powerful. That I don't know what the distance is out there, probably 80 or 90 metres. Marshall again to Collins. Goes down the ground. There's some work for Wirasuria to do. Does it well though. Just 1. We're going to be in for a heck of a run chase this afternoon. The star-studded Wellington Tasman batting lineup. They're going to have a lot to do. Looks like they could be chasing close to 8 and over. Two very well set batsmen now. They're in 117 as the partnership. Here's Marshall to Hardeep. Falls over this time and he whacks it round to backward square leg into the boundary for 4. He's a real showman, is Hardeep Singh. He knocked himself off his feet playing that shot. He just practiced as a backward defensive shot. But I'm sure he won't be playing that. Here we go, Marshall to Hardeep again. What's next? Same shot again, just timed beautifully. Wow, how good is this? Sumptuous batting. Yum. That one swung around to the leg side, very similar to the last shot, but just the eye that he must have to play these sorts of shots. Goes again, 3 in a row. That one's gone for 6. 6 more for Hardeep Singh. I'm loving this. How good. Wonder if it's not worth testing whether he can play on the offside. There's no protection there, and he seems to be hitting there with quite a lot of ease. Wonder if it might be an option to bowl wider outside off stump, but who knows. Here we go, Marshall to Hardeep again. I think he does try to go outside off stump, and Hardeep still swings it round to the leg side. No run this time. And that's the end of an over that conceded 10, 14, 21. Wow, amazing stuff. He's up to 135 now, Hardeep. That is the highest score in the entire tournament. Chris Fitzgerald down in Division 2 scored 134 for Wellington Tasman. Hardeep now 135. 5 overs to go. The run rate is up to 7.9. And I was talking about 250 being a target. Well, they may even get there in this over. They're going to get well past that. I don't even know if there's a ceiling on this potential total for the Canterbury Otago Hawks. Martin Slabbit to Nigel Collins. And a bit of sanity as he just pops it into the leg side for 1. Hardeep Singh. How do you keep this guy down? He just takes a step out to the leg side this time and whistles it over cover for a 2 bounce 4. He is nigh on unstoppable at the moment. 139 off 89. I'd love to see what he's scored off his last 30 balls or so. I have a feeling he got his century off 78 balls or something, and now he's 139 off 89. This was chance of a catch. No, it falls short of the long off fieldsman. He hadn't run when he hit it, so he has to scurry through now. Eventually just gets a safe single. That'll be a wide down the leg side. I gave a shout out a little while ago to New Zealand over 50s keeper Mason Robinson. We've got another New Zealand over 50s wicket keeper watching up in Northland, Bert Horner. He's just sent me a message. G'day Bert, hope you and Hazel are well. We'll see you in a couple of weeks. Enjoying the batting of Hardeep Singh, as we all are, who gets another run, this time whacking it down to long off. Nine off that over. Seemed like a bit of a quiet one actually, but still 9 off it. So, having been spanked out of the attack, Hamish Marshall has withdrawn himself and passed the baton to Leonard Reeves. Said, you try and quieten this down, Leonard. In more sedate batting news, Leighton Parsons is going along nicely, 58 off 64, as districts have calmly moved up to 95 for 1, looking in good shape to chase down the 164 they need to finish third by beating Auckland. So where can Hardeep Singh finish up? He's 141. Also hello to John Gary down in Christchurch, who's played a bit against Hardeep Singh. So he's been on the receiving end of this type of batting before. He's another member of the New Zealand over 50s team. Just returned from Adelaide, where he was with the New Zealand A team. Oh, tries a... I don't even know what these shots are called. Is it like a scoop, some kind of scoop shot, that one? No run in the end, as he missed it and it went into the pads of the keeper. Oh, that is moosed out of the ground. 6 runs onto Redwood Street again. Certainly wouldn't recommend parking there when Hardeep's batting, but that is a huge 6, probably the biggest one that he's hit. Beautiful bit of timing, just launched it. And it's 5 sixes for him now. He's getting close to 150, and sometimes you just watch someone and you think they're a little bit too good for the grade they're playing in. And that might be the case with Hardeep Singh today. The fielding side really don't know how to counter it, as the score would suggest. The run rate up to 8 and over now. Hardeep Singh 147 off 93 balls. I feel like 50 in about 15 balls. I think just 50 off 78 balls. He's now got 147 off 93. And that would probably be about right with some of the shots we've seen. So he's far and away the leading run scorer in the competition now. There's a big delay as the ball has disappeared down the street that runs perpendicular to Redwood. I think I see someone retrieving it, but if you include the distance that the ball rolled after pitching, it's probably a 200 or 300 metre shot. Wellington Tasman players have understandably gone a little bit quiet. I think they're just looking to get through these last 3 overs or 4 overs and hope that their batters can do something similar. They do have some good batting, so it'll be an interesting chase, an exciting one. Here's Reeves to Hardeep, who launches another 6. Right back down the same area. Goodness me, there's a lady crossing the street with a pram, chatting with somebody. Hardeep Singh hits another 6, brings up 150. 150 now off 94 balls. And I was a little bit more concerned about that young child in the pram, and the ball didn't land too far from her. She's hopefully crossing the road and moving to a safer part of Blenheim. But yeah, another monstrous 6 from Hardeep Singh. And he's loving it too. He's just a really sweet guy and always laughing and joking and and batting. Consecutive 6s for Hardeep Singh. What's he going to do now? So Reeves bowls to him. Goes again, same place. Just a little bit further down the road now. It's taken one bounce. It's gone into the neighbour's yard. I say one bounce on the road, that is. So that's going to take some retrieval as it's gone into the property of the person who lives across the street, and they live behind a fence. So I think I can see one of the fielders opening the gate now. No, he's decided... Oh no, it's been thrown back by the neighbours. Maybe the neighbours are watching and they went out and checked in their garden to see what the ball was, or where the ball was. But that's 3 6s in a row for Hardeep Singh. Extraordinary innings, 159 off 95 balls. Partnership of 158. Overall run rate 8.34. I hope you're enjoying this wherever you are. G'day to Kelvin Scott, another member of the New Zealand over 50s. He's watching as well. Most of the team checking out the new breed of player coming through. Right, what's Reeves going to do now? Oh, he has a big swing, does Hardeep. Makes no contact. One ball left over, goes down to line for a rather anticlimactic single. But that's all right, keeps him on strike. And the entertainment will continue in the next over. So 3 overs to go now. Scores up to 265. And would you bet against a total of 300? I'm not sure I would. Martin Slabbert will be hoping that he can help keep it under 300, I think. There's been a wicket over in the 3rd-4th playoff. Leighton Parsons, his innings has come to an end. 59, good knock from him. He was LBW to Matt Herring James Mackey is still in there, and we'll see who the new batsman is soon. I haven't given you any Division 2 scores because there's just been too much action here. I'll maybe do that at the end of this innings. Anyway, slab it to Hardeep. And he takes a single to the fielder on the ring, on the offside. And Nigel Collins, who scored 48 off 37, that's a strike rate of 129. And he mooses a massive six himself over long off. Very, very powerful player, and that looks like that might have brought up his 50. I might be a couple of runs behind on my scorecard, but that's his... oh yes, in fact it does. 54 he is now. 5 4s and 3 6s, and he's just looked like a passenger along for the ride with Hardeep, but he's scored 142 strike rate himself. It's just been so extraordinary from Hardeep that when you see a traditional 6 from Nigel Collins, it just doesn't seem quite so exciting. But thrilling batting from these two. 166 the partnership, and every ball looking like it's going to go to the boundary. The field spread far and wide. Here's slab it again. There's a single out to the edge of the 30-yard circle where Hamish Marshall picks up. 8 off 3. Hardeep back on strike. Which corner of Horton Park is this one going to? It goes straight, and there's no one straight because all the fielders have been set for the weird laps and scoops and things that he plays. He hasn't got a long on, and Hardeep just line drives it straight back down in below the sight screen for 4. His 22nd 4 to go with the 7 6s that he's smashed. Full toss, that's going to be 4 more. He's hooked it down to fine leg. That's been signalled a no ball for height. So it'll be 4 and a no ball. Auckland have taken another wicket by the looks of things. We'll come back to that. So it'll be a free hit. What's he going to do with a free hit when he doesn't have to worry about getting out? Oh, he nearly gets caught and bowled, although it wouldn't have counted. He slammed it back at Martin Slabbert, who didn't take the catch, and it goes down to long off for 1. 170, unbelievable. Hardeep Singh. Nigel Collins, 55. He goes, plays a nice graceful golf swing down to long off for 1. So heaps of runs off that over. 12, 16, 17, 8, I think 19 or something like that. 2 overs to go now. I'm pretty sure they'll get to 300. Only 16 needed. The way these two are going. Amazing. These last 70 runs from Hardeep Singh, I think, have come from 24 balls. Leonard Reeves to Nigel Collins, who goes straight. Some work for Wirasuria to do. Does well. They take 2. There's Reeves. Collins goes huge. Out of the ground, onto the driveway at the straight end of Horton Park. That cleared the boundary by about 15 metres for Nigel Collins's fourth six. He's up to 64 from 42. What sensational batting this has been. Reeves again. Oh, that's even bigger. That is huge. Look out, kid. Look out, kid. Gee whiz, there's a little girl on the swing in the playground who had no idea that there's even a game of cricket going, let alone a ball sailing close to her head. But that was a monstrous hit from Collins, even bigger than the one before. His fifth six. Hardeep Singh has hit 7 sixes. This is quite ridiculous batting. Partnership of 192. Collins goes big again. It's not going to be... It is going to be 6. It's going to be the third consecutive 6. What can I tell you? In between the two fielders there, Deepak June just collecting it. It wasn't hit with the same power or timing as his previous two. X is a 6. And this over has gone 2, 6, 6, 6. 20 runs off 4 balls. Reeves again. Collins goes... Oh, he misses that one. It's a mis-stumping, I'd say, by Darren Cudby. Probably not used to the ball coming through to him. And it'll be a bye. So they're over that 300 mark, 305 they are. 7 balls to go in the innings. Hardeep Singh swings it away into the boundary for... We're just waiting for the umpire to decide. For 4. So that's a bit boring, isn't it? Just a 4. End of a very expensive over from Leonard Reed. He will finish with 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 64. We've got 1 over left. Canterbury Otago, 309 for 3. Hardeep Singh, 174 not out from 103 deliveries. 24 4s, 7 6s. Strike rate, 169. Nigel Collins, 76 from 45. 5 4s and 6 6s. Also a strike rate of 169. What a highlights package it's going to be if I ever get time to putting that together. Who needs highlights? You can just watch it live. It's just as good. We've got, I think, Sean Windle to bowl the last over. Lucky guy. He bowled 5 overs for 42 earlier. So just as a reminder, we're playing a 35 over match today because we had a delay due to some water on the edge of the square. So 35 overs, that means we've just got 1 over left in this innings. Sean Windle will bowl it, left arm over, bowling to Nigel Collins, who is going to hit another 6. It just goes over the head of Martin Slabbert, who was going back on the cover boundary. Another 6. That was... he's so strong, Nigel Collins. That anyone else that would have just... sort of blooped out on the offside, but he hit it with enough strength to sail over the outstretched hand of Martin Slabbert. So another 6, he's up to 82. Any chance of 100 this over? Wow, that's gone about 12 kilometres up in the air. There's a chance of a catch. It'll be a good catch. No, Mark Young, he's dropped a couple out there today, I'm afraid. I'm not going to say that one was easy. It went straight to him, but it was very, very high. And maybe swirling around a little bit, but you'd expect someone at this level to probably catch it. Anyway, it was up so long that they had time to just trot through for 2 by the time it came back. He's up to 84 now. Partnership is over 200. Collins swings. He's going to be caught this time by Deepak June at short third man, slashing it away. So the end of a really amazing innings from Nigel Collins. Just put the details in there. Caught Deepak June, and the new batsman will be Simon Murphy. So, yeah, what an amazing innings from Nigel Collins. What did he score? 84 from 48 with 5 4s and 7 6s. You can hear the applause that he gets as he walks back. And that was a partnership of, I think, 211, which would be the highest in over 40s cricket in this country, exceeding the 198 that Hamish Marshall and Deepak June put on in Game 1 of this tournament on this very pitch. So, a little bit of respite for Wellington, Tasman, perhaps. I don't think we're going to see Simon Murphy hitting 6s straight away. His remit would probably just be to get Hardeep Singh on strike. And that wouldn't be the best idea in the world. .317. The run rate, if you're wondering, 9.19. Crazy stuff. Everyone on the... Oh, what an extraordinary field we've got. I don't know if I'll have time to describe that. Oh, he's out, LBW. So, it was a bit weird. I don't think I've got time to describe that. Anyway, he's been dismissed LBW. He's a left-handed batter. There was a line of about 3 fielders on the offside, all on the 30-yard circle, and instead of hitting to the leg side, he tried to do a reverse sweep towards that line of fielders. So I'm not sure what he was thinking there, Simon Murphy. Got out LBW. And I'll just find out who the new batter is. Yeah, Adam Hastelow it is, who will have the job of getting Hardeep Singh back on strike. So Sean Windle hasn't done too badly in this over, taken 2 and 2. He actually came close to a hat-trick earlier in this tournament. He's on one now. Let's see what he can do. Bowling to Hastelow, who hits down the ground. They'll just take the 1. That's fine. It was his job. Was to get Hardeep Singh back on strike for the last ball Now what sort of crazy stuff Hardeep going to do here? He's batted right through the innings today. Okay, Hardeep Singh, one ball to go, reverse switch hit, appeal for LBW, not out, anti-climax, dot ball, end of innings. Hardeep Singh, 174 not out, 104 deliveries, 24 boundaries, 7 sixes. Amazing. Gets handshakes from all the Wellington Tasman players, slap on the back from his buddy Adam Hastelow. That was one of the most entertaining innings that I've ever seen at veterans level or otherwise. Really amazing. Some of the angles that he played to, the parts of the ground that he hit the ball to, you can hear the applause he's getting. High fives from everyone, a few hugs there. They know that it was a pretty special innings from Hardeep Singh. So, I'll just run through that scorecard. Started off fairly sedately. DJ Lyons was the first to go. He was leg before to Sean Windle for 18. Steve Hobson, 15 off 19. He was bowled by Leonard Reeves. Ben Rapson, 9 off 17. Gosh, that's a snail's pace in the context of this game. He was caught. Crammer bowled Weerasuriya for 9. Then we saw that huge partnership of 211 between Nigel Collins and Hardeep Singh. Nigel Collins was caught. Deepak June bowled Sean Windle for 84. And Simon Murphy was LBW first ball to Sean Windle for 0. And then Adam Hastelow just got that one not out. As I said, Hardeep Singh 174 not out from 104 deliveries. The total 318 for 5 bowling figures. Ooh, here we go. Campbell McLean, none for 13 from 3. He got off unscathed. Sean Windle, maybe the bowler of the innings, 3 for 51 from 6. Hamish Marshall, none for 56 from 7. And then it gets a bit messy, to be honest. Leonard Reeves, 1 for 64 from 6. Nuwan Weerasuriya, 1 for 32 from 5. That's not too bad. Martin Slabbert, none for 69 from 5.5. Mark Culkin, none for 31 from 2. So we're just going to have a quick turnaround because we started a bit late, so maybe 10 or 15 minutes. And I wouldn't suggest going anywhere because we've got some top-class batting on the Wellington Tasman side, and they are going to be trying to score at, I don't know, it's well over 9 and over that they'll be chasing. So stay tuned for some fireworks, and I'll be back as probably when the players return to the field. Welcome back to Horton Park in Blenheim. We've all taken a deep breath after that amazing first innings by Canterbury Otago. Wellington Tasman are coming out in pursuit of 319 to win in 35 overs. So we're going to be in for some entertainment this afternoon. I'm pretty sure about that, one way or another. The two batsmen are Craig Foster and Andrew McCarr. Opening the bowling from the far end will be Adam Hastelow. Here we go, first ball. Starts with a dot. So, if you missed that first innings, well, bad luck for you because you've missed some really incredible batting. Hardeep Singh, 174 not out. Collins, 84 from 47. We saw 14 sixes from those two. It was amazing, 9 and over. And it's a different kettle of fish for Wellington Tasman. They've got to come out and score that. 319 off 208 they need. It was outrageous hitting, it really was. I'm not sure the exact stats, but the last 15 overs they scored 208 runs. And here's a fired up Adam Hastelow with a new pill charging in from the hill's end, and it's a real challenge for Craig Foster and Andrew McCarr. How do you approach a chase like this? Foster's off the mark with one as he charges into the umpire as he completes that run, knocks him to the ground. It's a big fella is Craig Foster. Picks the umpire up and we carry on. Andrew McCarr scored a century. Sorry, I forgot to mention him earlier in the day when I was talking about the centuries. He scored a great century on day 2 against Districts. 117 it was. He's going to have to get cracking straight away today. Starts with a good over, one off it, and that required run rate already up to 9.35. Some of the hitting in that in that partnership of 211 between Hardeep and Nigel Collins was just amazing. Collins preferring more of the power option. Big, strong guy whacking the ball straight and in the arc between long off and square leg. Hardeep Singh playing 360 degrees, paddles, scoops, ramps, reverse hits, switch hits, pull shots, hitting straight as well. Just, you know, quite an array of shot making. It was really amazing. Great viewing. Paddy Sullivan, the left arm quick, is going to bowl from the city end. He's been getting it through pretty well in this tournament. And the above mentioned Singh in the action there, fielding that one at backward point. But they get a single, and in fact that was Foster. So McCarr yet to score. Facing Paddy Sullivan, the tall, black-bearded policeman from Christchurch. There's a run of some description. I think it's going to be a leg by. In fact, it is. So I think it's fair to say that two key wickets for Wellington Tasman today are Hamish Marshall and Deepak June. It's their leading run scorers in the tournament. Ooh, Sullivan goes for the attempted Yorker, gets it right up on Craig Foster's toes. Both of those gentlemen scored centuries in round one and did so with great ease. So they'll need something along those lines today if they're going to match what Canterbury Otago did. Here's Sullivan to Foster. Might have been pad first. It was. And he's been given out. LBW. So, McCarr it is, I think. No, it's Foster. Yep, he's LBW. It was pad first, then bat. There were two sounds, but it hit the pad first, and going on to hit the wickets, thought the umpire. So Foster's lean tournament comes to an end. Dismissed for two. LBW bowled Paddy Sullivan. And just mentioning Deepak June. Here he comes now. Sullivan to June. He starts with a... Beaten this time outside the off stump is June. It's a good guess from Paddy Sullivan in the context of this tournament, one of the faster bowlers. He's quite tall, 6'2", 6'3", sort of menacing looking guy. Lovely chap, but a little bit menacing with that pointy black beard that he's got. Short pulled. Will it be 4? He hasn't really timed it. It's going to pull inside the boundary. Taken 2, gets turned back. Does Deepak June. Wanted 3, but Andrew McCarr said no, 2 will do. End of a wicket taking over from Paddy Sullivan. He's got 1 for 4. And the score is 6 for 1. I can tell you that Districts have finished 3rd in the tournament. They've beaten Auckland. They needed 163 to win that game, and they got it for 5 wickets down. Leighton Parsons was the top scorer with 59. Byron Jolivet ended 25 not out. Luke Woods 17 not out. Vishal Dubey finished a good tournament for him. 2 for 45 off 9 overs. Hastelow edge. Slashed by McCarr, and it's gone over first slip. Second slip, in fact. Steve Hobson over his head. It was whistling. And into the boundary for 4. I just heard one of the slip cordon call out an encouragement. You get the nick, you will catch them. Well, he got the nick, but the ball went flying over Hobson's head. There'll be at least 1 down the ground. There's no one straight. There's no mid on, so the straight mid wicket has to chase it, and they'll pick up 2. Oh, that's nicely driven. That'll be 4 for McCarr. He whipped that through the offside. Good, powerful shot. All along the ground. He moves up to 10. Hastelow again. McCarr plays and misses. Plays and misses, sorry. That one. 10 off the over. That's what they need pretty much every over. Shout for LBW, not out, and they'll take a leg by. Seen Deepak June Did get LBW yesterday, slightly contentious decision, but there's been a few shouts against him. Maybe it's something he's susceptible to. Sullivan to McCarr, two big men playing each other, and Andrew McCarr wins that little battle, slapping it back down the ground for 4. So he's looking aggressive today, Andrew McCarr. Of course he has to be, given the target that he needs to score. But he's played some nice shots so far, some nice drive offside. Thought it had gone down leg side, in which case it would have been a wide, but not called by the umpire. Maybe he got a little bit of pad on it or something. Hit hard by McCarr, but straight to the cover fieldsman. That's Leighton Johnson. He's just walking on that wicket that delayed the start of play. It was quite soft there early on. It's got lots of sawdust on it now. And another swing and a miss by McCarr to end that over from Paddy Sullivan. He's bowled 2 overs, 1 for 8. So wherever you may be watching this around New Zealand or around the world, I hope you're enjoying it. You would have if you were watching that first innings. It'd be hard not to enjoy that batting, unless perhaps you're on the fielding side. It was quite amazing. Speaking of amazing, that's a very nice shot. I wouldn't maybe call it amazing, but very nice shot from Deepak June, just plunking his foot down the wicket and hitting the ball back over the bowler's head for 4. Before today's match, Deepak June was the scorer in this tournament. Hardeep Singh has taken that mantle and is well ahead now. But Deepak June, second place. And he has the chance to wrest back that title. There is a trophy up for grabs for being the leading run scorer in the tournament. That one's off the edge, down to Paddy Sullivan at third man. That's a good length delivery from Adam Hastelow, realising that McCarr's strength is on the front foot, and just bowling a good length delivery. Oh, that one's a little bit too full, but not punished. Just pushed down the ground for one. We've got a decent chase on in the final of Division 2. Canterbury needs to see off 15 overs to win that game. We've got 6 wickets in hand, so they're in charge of that chase. Thanks to Kieran McCord, who scored 74, and Brad Moore is 55 not out. So they need 61 off 15 overs. We should be able to do that. Meanwhile, Wellington Tasman looking good for 3rd place. It'll be their first win of the tournament. They have districts 102 for 8, chasing 291, so they're well in charge there. Paddy Sullivan to Deepak June, and he will get a run as it's misfielded by Leighton Johnston. It was firmly hit. That one's wide outside the off stump from Paddy Sullivan and signalled as such by umpire Dave Patterson. It's been launched down the ground by Andrew McCarr. He is powerful in that area, and into the boundary for 4. The diving Simon Murphy can only parry it across the line. 4th boundary for Andrew McCarr. So he's going to be among the leading run scorers in this tournament as well. James Mackey also in the mix. He scored 12 today, but he had 147 runs before this game, so that gives him 159. Byron Jolivet scored 25 not out, so that takes him to 163. As we see a change of bowler, Adam Hastelow finishes his 3-over spell, none for 18. And Simon Murphy will come into the attack. One of the older players in this tournament, I think he's 48. He might be eligible for the over 50s next year. Starts with a bouncer and falls over. And the bouncer is dealt with by Deepak June by hooking it out to the fielder on the boundary at square leg for 1. And Murphy still dealing with the fall over by doing up his shoe. I think he's okay. There's a few people helping him with his shoe. I think he's still got one shoe off. He seems to be taking the other one, so there's going to be a little bit of a delay here. We'll just go through those run scorers. So Hardeep Singh. Well ahead. He had 136 before this match, and he scored 174 today, so that's 310, I think, it gives him now. It's well ahead of Deepak June, who was 175 before this match. Hamish Marshall had 143. He's yet to bat. Andrew McCarr had 117. He's already scored another 20 here, so that gives him 137 so far. Byron Jolivet, he'll finish on 163. I don't think anyone else is really in the mix. Ben Rapson had 107, but he only scored 9 today. Bowling wise, I think it's going to be a tie actually between Peter Connell and Sean Windle, both on 10. It'll just maybe come down to average as to who wins the best bowler award. Okay, Simon Murphy's up and running. He's going to bowl to Andrew McCarr, who just tries to swing it away on the leg side and doesn't get much on it, and it just bloops out on the leg side for 1. There was a shout for LBW there, but I'm pretty sure I heard some bat. And the umpire, or at least with the ultimate decision of not out. Two more for McCarr as he edges it down to third man, and I think it's Daniel Nielsen who runs across and picks up. One of the younger looking players in this tournament, Daniel Nielsen. And as I said, one of the older players in the tournament. Bowling now, Simon Murphy. It's hoisted away by Andrew McCarr. Into the boundary at straight mid-wicket, wide mid-on. 4 runs. Good muscly shot again from McCarr. 5 boundaries for him, 25 off 20 he is. Well, it was, I wouldn't say a chance, but it was hit in the air towards the fielder Leighton Johnston, but it at sort of straight mid-wicket, but it went over his head by a few metres. And they get 1 to end the over. 46 for 1 after 7. Short spells for the 2 opening bowlers, Hastelow and Sullivan. They've bowled 3 each. Haven't bowled too badly, but they've both been replaced. Gareth Gibson coming on second change from the City end now, bowling to Andrew McCarr. He's bowled pretty well in this tournament, 5 wickets at 16. Just a single for June, out to the cover boundary sweeper. Gareth Gibson has bowled pretty well in this tournament, 5 wickets at 16 so far. And he's conceded 2 runs off his first 4 deliveries. Run rate required, almost exactly 10 now, 9.98, sorry. McCarr's doing his best, 27 off 24. And he'll add, I think, 4 more. Yes, he will, with that hoik over mid-wicket, which ends the over. Still a good one from Gareth Gibson. None for 6. If you're just joining us, you missed some stupendous hitting in the first innings. 318 Canterbury Otago scored from 35ers, that's 9 and over. Hardeep Singh, 174 from 102 deliveries. He's the man who's just scooting across your screen now into position. And Nigel Collins, 84 from 48 deliveries, I think it was. Those two put on 211 for the 4th wicket, I think. Amazing it was. Some just crazy shots. That's a pretty good shot from Deepak June, but it's fielded in the covers. Just knocked away, so they'll take 1. Ooh, that one has been sliced away over Point's head, the head of Hardeep Singh. He was maybe half a metre too short to catch that one. Sliced away off the thick outside edge of Andrew McCarr into the boundary for 4 runs. 7 boundaries for McCarr. Simon Murphy to Deepak, pulls it contemptuously behind square for 4. Bowlers in this tournament should have learned by now that bowling short to Deepak June is not an ideal tactic. Simon Murphy may have just found that out the hard way as he's been pumped into the boundary at Redwood Street, which is taking a bit of a hammering today. And Deepak June has got his strike rate up above 100. It's 105, 19 off 18. Andrew McCarr, he's going at 133, 36 off 27. And overall, the team going at 7.15. Not bad, except when you're chasing 9s. What a delicious shot that is from Deepak June. 6 runs over straight mid-wicket. Really, really nice shot. Just hit through the line and rolled up onto the bank there at straight mid-wicket. So Deepak June getting into his work, a 4 and a 6. He's had a few sighters, and we saw the other day that when he gets into full flow, he's very difficult to stop. And he'll pick up a single there, which will not end the over. I thought that was the end of the over, but I guess not. Wicket is taken. Andrew McCarr just hits it straight up in the air. Steve Hobson at cover calls and takes a comfortable catch, reverse cup. So it's the 2nd wicket for Canterbury Otago. Andrew McCarr caught Hobson, bowled Murphy for 36. In fact, sorry, that was off the bowling of Gareth Gibson, my mistake. Looks like we'll come back to that in a moment. The batsman crossed while that ball was in the air, and it looks like I thought the new batsman would come on strike under the new rules, but the other batsman, Deepak June, he's taken strike, so perhaps I missed something there, but well, Deepak June hasn't missed that one. He's swung it away lustily over square leg. Delicious, I've said that twice in 2 overs now, a sumptuous shot over backward square leg for 6. I'm running out of superlatives for these shots that I've seen today. It's June's second 6. To go with 2 4s. He's up to 32 from 22. Maybe he wants that leading run scorer title back. Picks up a run of some description. Leg by it is. Okay, Hamish Marshall to take his first delivery from Gareth Gibson. And he gets off the mark in typically efficient Marshall fashion, just clipping it into the leg side for 1. Doesn't often get bogged down, Hamish Marshall, nor his brother James, both good at getting off strike. Quick single here, shy at the stumps at the keeper's end. There's a shout. It wasn't a direct hit, and DJ Lyons scooped off one of the bails, but Hamish Marshall still pretty quick for a 43-year-old. So the run rate, pretty good, 7.9 after 10 overs, 79 for 2, and still in touch. Run rate required 9.6. It's not going to be easy, it's a lot of runs still to get, and things did get pretty hectic towards the end. As I said, that 200 run partnership came in under 15 overs. Between Hardeep Singh and Nigel Collins. Simon Murphy is going to get another over. His 2 have gone for 27. 2 runs to Hamish Marshall as he doesn't time it, or doesn't really get full bat on it, but has enough to squirt out to the square leg area for 2. He's bowling with quite good pace, Simon Murphy, considering that he's one of the oldest, if not the oldest, players in the tournament, 48. But Hamish Marshall has no problem dealing with the pace, and he hooks that one out to the boundary at mid-wicket for 4. So it's been a real run feast today. We've seen 400 runs scored in just over 45 overs. Canterbury Otago scoring 318 off their 35, and already Wellington Tasman 86 for 2 after 10.3 overs. So a glut of runs. Wellington Tasman have finished 3rd in Division 2. They've bowled districts out for just 103 to win that by 187 runs, that match. So a big victory for them. They'll be happy. That was their first win in the tournament. Chance of a catch. Hardeep Singh diving away to his right. Couldn't grab onto that strongly hit cut shot from Hamish Marshall. Would have been an outstanding catch. Given the day that he's had, you wouldn't have bet against him grabbing that. As it was, he just knocked it down to his teammate on the boundary, and a ton. In the final of the Division 2, Canterbury Otago look like they're on track to beat Auckland and win that division. They need 27 runs off 9 overs, and they've got 4 wickets in hand. Now, if they did, and if Canterbury Otago won this match, then they would win both divisions. And in the over 50s, they also won both divisions last year. So that would mean they've won 4 out of 4 divisions at over 40s and 50s level. And if I think to the over 60s level, I believe that Canterbury have gone unbeaten for about 5 seasons now. So this is Canterbury Otago, not Canterbury, of course, but showing that there's good strength in veterans cricket in the South Island, at least. I think we can probably say that with some safety. Change of bowling, another short spell comes to an end, and Daniel Nielsen bowled to Deepak June. So there's still a bit of cricket to be played before I can say that either of those things happen. Canterbury Otago winning either division, but they're in a good position in both games. 2 dots to start Daniel Nielsen's spell. As I mentioned yesterday, he played for the Denmark national team in the Nordic Cup. Got to play against Sweden, Norway, what's the other one? Finland, maybe Iceland, I'm not sure. Deepak June doesn't care which country he's played for. He smashes it down the ground for 4. Didn't give the long-on fieldsman any chance of getting across to cut that off. Four more for Deepak June. Nice little leg glance. Races away to the boundary for 4. Right, so all the bowlers just having short spells. Simon Murphy bowled 3 overs. Well, he went for 36, so that could be the reason for his short spell. And we're going to have some spin. Leighton Johnston will have a trundle. Leighton Johnston, before this match, had taken 5 wickets in the tournament at an average of 13.6 and an economy rate of 5.23, so he's done pretty well. Took a 3 for in one game. This will be a good test for him, bowling to Hamish Marshall, good player of spin. Tucks it away into a big gap. It's it is fielded. They've taken 2, and that's all they'll get. It was not fielded cleanly by the fielder on the boundary, but he did get it, and that's the main thing. So 2 runs to Hamish Marshall. Takes him into double figures. We saw him start like this on Thursday when he went on to score his century. Just looking busy at the crease to start with. And he drives that one a little bit aerially to long off. See Hardeep Singh jogging across the screen again. He's been on the field for every ball of this match. Batted right through the Canterbury Otago innings for 174 not out. If you don't mind, here's Leighton Johnston. Can't field off his own bowling. That wasn't the most difficult piece of fielding, and he's conceded a single. June sweeps, doesn't make good contact. It's gone for 1 run, which will be a leg bye. So the 100 came up in that over, 101 for 2 was the score. Hamish Marshall's on 12, Deepak June 43. Leighton Johnson finishes a pretty good first over, none for 4. This game starting much later than the other ones, so we should start to see all the players from the other games returning to watch the final stages of what at this stage looks to be quite an exciting run chase. Driven firmly, fielded by Ben Rapson, no run. This is what we've done in previous years at the IPT, and it's worked well, so hopefully we will get a good crowd, all the players coming back to watch this match finish up, hopefully in an exciting manner, one way or the other. Here's Nielsen to Marshall. Pulls away for 6. Again, Redwood Street getting peppered. I wouldn't recommend driving down today, or especially parking there, because it has been hammered by 4s and 6s all day long, by Hardeep Singh and Nigel Collins in particular, and now by both Deepak June and Hamish Marshall. That one went for 6. Pretty low skimming shot for 6. First half dozen for Hamish Marshall. And he picks up a single now, just dabbing it down to third man. So they've picked up that boundary early in the over, 6 in this case, and followed by a 1, so 7 off 3, halfway through the over. Gets them close to what they need from this over. Here's Nielsen again to June, who pulls imperiously. 1 bounce for 4. Nielsen dropping a little bit short in this over, and as I've said throughout this tournament, Deepak June likes a short ball. He doesn't often miss out when given an invitation to hit one. So 4 more to Deepak June. Takes him to 47 from 34. DJ Lyons standing up to the stumps now. That's what the brief delay while he set himself. It's a full ball and it's driven into the covers for no run. They'll pick up a single as that one just, I think, deflects onto the ground and then out into the offside. 12 off that over. It's a beautiful afternoon here in Blenheim, I'm delighted to say, after a brief weather spell yesterday. It's warm, it's sunny, there's blue sky everywhere, there's no chance of rain today, and that's fantastic. So we'll finish without any interruptions from the weather. I'm pretty sure of that. Here's Leighton Johnston continuing to Deepak June on 48. He makes that 49 now with a gentle push down the ground. Just a little confabulation between the bowler, Leighton Johnston, and his captain, Stephen Hobson, who's wearing a white wide brim hat. Stands out a little bit there. It's not team issue. There's a couple of them not wearing team issue hats. Might have to have a word to them. I'll forgive Hardeep Singh, who's wearing a turban that's at least in the right colour. Good shot from Hamish Marshall. It's going to beat the fielder at wide long off into the boundary for 4. Shot from Wellington Tasman captain Hamish Marshall. Cuts this time. I think he's going to get 4 more because he's just timed it so nicely. Doesn't give the sweeper any chance to cut it off there. 4 more to Hamish Marshall. 27 off 16 all of a sudden. The good thing about good batsmen is they don't miss out on opportunities to score very often. It's not about hitting the ball as hard as you can. It's just making sure that when the ball's in the right place, you hit it. And that's what Hamish Marshall does very well. It's got a scoring option for most balls. Not that one though, because he just taps it back to the bowler. But he has taken 8 off the over so far. He's got the team run rate up to 8.3, which is fantastic. Great effort in this partnership of 53 now. Down the track, there's a chance of a catch, dropped. And he's managed to keep it in the field. He was diving away to his right. Was the fielder out there? I'm not sure exactly who it was. It's under the shadows. We've taken 2, that's the result. It was an excellent diving attempt. Might have shown up on edge of your screen there, I'm not sure. But just bouncing out of the hands. He did get there, so it was catchable. Call is 2. They decide against it and just take 1. End of the over. 1 for 16 for Leighton Johnston.
Right, that's straight, are you here? Thank you. Half and half. Ready? Yeah. Right, straight. Down you go. And it's a chance for us, lad.
The new bowler, I believe, is Hugo Davison. Yes, it is. The blonde-haired, tall figure of Hugo Davison, the coordinator of the Canterbury Otago team. He's done a great job getting the sides together, with help, of course, but he's taken on that leadership role, which is so valuable. So thank you, Hugo, and now here's your chance to do something special in the final of the Division 1 of the IPT. Bowling to a couple of handy batsmen though. Hamish Marshall on 30, Deepak June on 49. They're looking to chase a mammoth 319 to win this game. Hamish Marshall trying to take a leaf out of Hardeep Singh's book, going for a scoop and then thinking better of it and ending up leaving the ball. Cuts for 4. Backward a point. Beautiful shot, very precise and efficient from Hamish Marshall, as he always is. You just don't have any margin for error. We saw in the last over, Leighton Johnston did bowl a good ball and Marshall respected it, but anything that's just a little bit loose, he's very good at cashing in on. Just one this time, out to the mid-wicket sweeper. Right, Deepak June on 49. Won't have a chance to bring up his 50 with that ball because it's too wide for him to hit down the leg side. Called a wide. I hope you're enjoying this game. If you're not enjoying the commentary, that's fine, but if you're not enjoying the cricket, then I don't know what it would take for you to appreciate over-40s cricket, because it's been very, very entertaining. Now we've got a shout for caught behind here. Must have come off some part of Deepak June's body because he hasn't called wide and he hasn't given him out. Still on 49, Deepak June, one short of his second 50. He converted his first one into 100. And he'll pick it up this time. He'll take two. He's racing back. Just makes it. And that is 50 for Deepak June. It's a round of applause from the players down beneath me and spectators over to my left in the grandstand. 51 not out, 39 balls, 5 fours, 2 sixes. That's a strike rate of 130. And Wellington, Tasman, they've got their run rate up to 8.4. You need to score at 9.7 from here on, so still a big mountain to climb. 186 runs off 115 balls to go. But they've made a good start. And I think Canterbury Otago will know that they need to break partnership, because these two can do just about anything if they stay in on a pitch like this. That's the end of Hugo Davison's first over. He's gone at 8. Leighton Johnson has gone at an average of 8 from his 2 overs, none for 16. Now we've got interesting run chase down in Division 2 for that in that final. Canterbury Otago have lost some wickets. Muhammad Khan doing the damage there after batting so well for 93. He's now taken 5 for 26, and he's got Canterbury Otago to a position where they only have 1 wicket left. They need 9 runs to win. They've got 4 overs to do it, that's fine. But they've only got 1 wicket left. So exciting finish in store there. Todd Elliott is in, 15. And Vishvash Singh on 1. So a great all-round performance from Muhammad Khan, 93 with the bat, 5 for 26 with the ball. Here's Leighton Johnston to Hamish Marshall, finds that gap again, backward of point. It is going to be pulled in inside the boundary. 2 more to Hamish Marshall. So we'll keep an eye on that Division 2 final. Hit hard again, straight to the boundary rider. On the offside, 1 run. So it's 10 past 5 local time. People are getting off work. I can see the traffic getting a little bit thicker, which, as I mentioned before, might be a bit dangerous for the drivers of Nelson with the way the ball's been hit around today. Here's Johnston to Deepak June, who doesn't endanger any cars with that shot. Gently pushes it out to the man at mid-wicket and takes 1. We saw Hardeep Singh hit, gosh, I can't even keep track. I think he hit 7 sixes, and Nigel Collins hit 7 as well. Each of them hit 3 consecutive sixes at one point, most of them onto that road there, Redwood Avenue or something. Chance of a catch, just falls short of Paddy Sullivan at short fine leg. Ooh, Hamish Marshall dangerously. That was not a chance, but an opportunity perhaps to dismiss the star batsman for the Wellington Tasman side, Hamish Marshall. He's down the track this time. There's another chance of a catch, but it's gone over the fielder's head at long off for 6 runs. So Hamish Marshall hitting to the fielders, but in this case hitting it over the head of, I think it's Adam Hastelow down there. He's way too far for me to tell, but it looks a bit like him. 6 runs to Hamish Marshall. Now he's up to 44 off just 26 balls. Oh, loses his shape there, looks a bit ugly. He's going to get runs though. It's gone down to fine leg. Just 1 run, in fact. End of another event over. 11 off it. And we've got 1 more over until drinks. Division 2, Canterbury Otago edging closer, 236 for 9 now. They just need 5 more. Just need 5 more to win the Division 2 title. So that match and this match are the only ones remaining. Districts have finished 3rd in Division 1. And Wellington have finished 3rd in Division 2. Wellington Tasman, I beg your pardon. Mustn't forget the Tasman contingent. They starred in that win for Wellington Tasman. Marshall drives 2 bounces to Paddy Sullivan, who does well on the boundary. Tasman man, Nelsonian, Mochuekan, Justin Hobbs scored 80 today for Wellington Tasman in Division 2, making him the leading run scorer in that division. Nice straight drive from Deepak June, some work to do for the fielder, does well. The elder statesman Simon Murphy sprawling over to his left. Take 2. To dot ball, they're very valuable these in this run chase. The fielders appreciate them. Encourage the bowler for creating one. That one beating the bat of Deepak June. Davison again. That one's wide. It'll be called wide. Too far outside the off stump for the umpire's liking. Deepak June does not time that one, and it'll be fielded by Leighton Johnston inside the mid-wicket boundary. They take 2. Two balls left before drinks. We'll have about 5 minutes for drinks. I might see if I can find myself a cup of coffee or a tea.
Really good, mate. Full stick.
Marshall doesn't find the gap, so he's got to scamper back. And that does finish the over, so we'll have a quick drinks break. See you back soon. Alright, we've all had a drink. I've got myself a cup of coffee. No milk, unfortunately, but I'll make do. The players have probably had water or Powerade or something like that. And we're ready to go. The sun is streaming through this window, the evening sun. Pretty much directly down the camera as you see it. And we've got an exciting 17 overs ahead of us. 168 needed off 102 balls. That's 9.88 and over. But if anyone can do it, it's these two. Deepak June on strike now to Leighton Johnston. Starts with a comfortable single onto the leg side. Brings Hamish Marshall on strike. He's one blow away from a 50. 46 he is. 29 deliveries. Ooh, that's gone straight back to Leighton Johnson, just a little bit wide of him. He may have either got to touch the bowler or... Anyway, it's hit the stumps, ricocheted up to long on. Long off, in fact, for a single. And Deepak June plays the exact same shot that he did off the first ball of the over. So how will they approach this last stanza of these two? Almost like a T20, except it's a 17 overs. Need 10 and over, so they've got to go. Marshall does come down the track, but realises he's not quite there, and he whacks it out to mid-wicket for a single. It's straight out to Ben Rapson in the covers, who fires it back in. The keeper can't gather it cleanly, but it doesn't matter. No overthrows incurred. Oh, he's called through for a single. The keeper can't do anything to prevent that. And June get one, so not an expensive over, pretty good actually, just 5 off it. First over after drinks. Now that match that we were looking at, let's see who won it. Canterbury Otago did. They got there with 1 wicket to go. 244 for 9 they ended. Looks like they might have finished it with a 6 actually. Todd Elliott, I think he's finished it with a 6. Amazing. Okay, so 1 wicket win to Canterbury Otago. That means they are the Division 2 champions. And they continue that streak that Canterbury Otago have. As I was mentioning earlier, they won both divisions at the last over 50s IPT, first and second. They've now won the second division in the over 40s. And they have a chance to win the first division title as well. Hoping to help them with that is a man who's contributed a lot already to that effort, Hardeep Singh. He's going to have a bowl. Batted, I was going to say well, that's an understatement. Batted extraordinarily well earlier today, 174 from 100 deliveries. And he's going to bowl to Deepak June, who smashes him for 4. So he might not find bowling as easy as he found batting. Bowls, I've been told he bowls leg spin, but he sort of bowls it out the front of the hand. I'm not sure exactly how you do that. So it looks like he's bowling off spin, but apparently he's mainly turning it away from the right-hander into the left-hander. He's got a left-hander on strike, Deepak June. Two Indian-born batsmen, both Kiwis now, resident here. Here we go, Singh to June. That's a wide.
In the 40 go!
Big swing. Oh, it was an appeal for LBW, but it's a no ball. Don't know what the no ball was for, but it's going to be a free hit. So that's very helpful for Deepak June. He won't mind that. Where's he going to go, and what will Hardeep Singh come up with to counter it? Here's a big swing at that one. Does June, doesn't really make any contact, hits the leg, and they'll just take a leg by. It's pretty well bowled for a free hit delivery. Four fours and 2 sixes to Hamish Marshall in his 48 off just 31 deliveries. He is close to another 50. His twin brother James scored 2 50s in this tournament, both 60s. Here's Hardeep to Marshall, goes down the track, and he's going to be stumped. He is stumped. Big wicket there. Hardeep Singh wins the battle. Hamish Marshall coming down the track, swung and missed. It wasn't taken completely cleanly by DJ Lyons, but he managed to have a second go before Marshall could get back, and that's the end of the Wellington Tasman captain, Hamish Marshall. Yeah, he did. I'm just watching on replay. He did take it cleanly, but it just took him a second or two to get the ball back to the stump. He had enough time to do it before Marshall could get back.
Down, boys. 4 and 5 now, boys. 4 and 5.
Mark Culkin coming in now at number 5 for Wellington Tasman. He's a big hitter. Can be. What will he do? Just defends that first ball. End of a successful over for Hardeep Singh. He can't do anything wrong today. 1 for 6 off 1 over. Hardeep Singh to go with his lazy 174 not out. And it was a very, very important wicket. Hamish Marshall, the former black cap, out for 48 from 32 deliveries. So we've got two stockily built batsmen at the crease now, Deepak June and Mark Colkin. Both short in stature but solidly built. And Wellington Johnston, who's bowled 4 overs for 32 runs, no wickets yet. Quite a few people here at Horton Park now. There's some kids' cricket event going on, so there's families all over the place, a few people under the trees, some kids watching this game in the shade, which is a good idea. It's a warm day, as I said, warm, sunny summer's evening. In the sunshine capital of New Zealand, at least so they say. Nelsonians dispute that, but top of the South Island, undoubtedly the sunniest place in New Zealand. There'll be a run here. Ooh. Could have been an overthrow as Wellington Johnston shied at the stumps. It'll be a leg bye, in fact. So it's important for Wellington Tasman to keep the momentum going after the loss of Hamish Marshall's wicket. When you need 10s, you can't afford to let that run rate get away too much. It's already up to 10.5 now. Colkin takes 1. So there's under 15 balls to go, 15 overs to go now. 86 balls, in fact, and Firehawks need 152 off those remaining balls. They have 7 wickets left. Johnston he's gone at 7.5, which would normally sound expensive, but in the context of chase, it's actually pretty good. He's full, driven by Deepak June to the right of Adam Haslow, who's a very good mover, and he's just kept it to 1. So very fit and lean is Adam Haslow. And they only take 1. I think to anyone else on the field that would have been 2. So the Wellington Tasman Division 2 side, I can see them perched up on the bank to my right. There's some college-age school kids under the tree at mid-wicket. Sorry, cover it is. As Colkin turns that into the onside where Ben Rapson prevents any more than 1 being scored. End of an over, conceded a total of 6, 5 of which were off the bat. And just a little bit of a slowdown since that wicket. Lovely place to watch cricket on a day like this, Horton Park. You've got your choice. You can sit on the bank in the sun, you can sit under the shade of a large tree, you can sit in front of the pavilion, you can sit in the grandstand, you can just wander around if you like. nice setting for this, and it gives me an opportunity to thank Marlborough Cricket for doing an amazing job of hosting us, as they did with the over-50s IPT at the same place in January. Marlborough Cricket, the home of veterans cricket in New Zealand, is not their official slogan, but it could be.
Right yard for it, You're really good, boy.
Okay, Mark Colkin on strike to Hardeep Singh. He'll get a single. Hardeep Singh has a shy at the stumps. Good backing up from Paddy Sullivan racing in from long on, and they just get the regular run, no overthrows. So Deepak June is going to have to keep up the hitting while Mark Colkin gets his eye in. 66 off 56 he is, Deepak June. 6 fours, 2 sixes. Hasn't hit a boundary for a little while.
Still 5 out.
Hardeep's bowling well. He's bowling flat. He's not giving it air. June swings it away. Paddle sweeps it with some force. Just for one though. It was well anticipated by Hastelow, I think it is there. So an adventurous shot for just one run. We saw lots of those inventive shots from the man who's bowling at the moment earlier in the day. I know I keep mentioning it, but his 174 was one of the best innings I've seen in veterans cricket. Big swing that time from Deepak June. Makes no contact, maybe trying to swing a little bit too hard.
Good in there. Lovely, hey. Okay, that's 5.
The RRR is up above 11. Hit hard, chance of a catch. Would have been an amazing catch, but doesn't take it, and it goes in cover for 4. I think that might be Hugo Davison there. So they need plenty of boundaries. Wellington, Tasman, they've got one. Tries that slog sweep again and again, maybe just trying to hit it a little bit too hard. Ends up not getting a run. Still a good over, just 7 off it, which when you need 11s is a good result as a bowler. So this is now the only remaining game in the competition. All the others have finished. Districts have finished 3rd in Division 1, beating Auckland, who finished 4th. Canterbury Otago have won the Division 2 title. Congratulations to them. And Wellington, Tasman have finished 3rd, meaning that districts finish 4th. So Auckland finishing 2nd and 4th and 2nd, I guess, in Divisions 1 and 2 respectively. Districts finishing 3rd and 4th. Okay, Ben Rapson is the new bowler, having his first trundle of the afternoon. Here he comes, bowling to Mark Culkin, who's down the wicket and thinks better of going through the shot. There's a chance of a run out, but he makes it. Hope he hasn't hurt himself. He went pretty hard. He's just doing some stretch, but he's okay. Looks alright. Came down the wicket, had a bit of a bailout option, and ended up with a tightly run single. It's his 6th run of the day. Deepak June on stroke. He's the 2nd leading scorer in the competition. What's he got? 246 runs. But he's still got some catching up to do before he will overtake Hardeep Singh, who's scored 310. And most of those coming in this innings, 174 of them. Here's Rapson to June, and they'll just take an easy single. Rapson again to Culkin, who has a swing at that one, but can't connect properly and just gets one. Swings hard, Deepak June, but there's a man there who fumbles a little bit on the mid-wicket boundary, but not enough to concede an extra run, and it's just a single. Rapson again into Culkin, who has found the gap, I think, through cover. It's not going to go for 4, as there's some great fielding on the boundary there. And they take 2. End of another boundaryless over. So that run rate required up to 11.4. Gee, it climbs pretty quickly at this stage of the innings.
Boys, great work here. Right goes up and in there, come on. Well, Rapson.
Here's Hardeep to June, pulls it strongly away for 4. So there's the boundary that they need. Just a little bit too short that time from Hardeep. He's been trying to avoid giving the ball any air, but just dragging it down a little bit too much on this occasion. Here he is again to June, gives himself some room, has a big swing, misses it, and that can't have been far away from being bowled. Short again, pulled again, and 6 this time. Deepak June up to 83 now from 66. Could this be the big over that Wellington Tasman need? They're closing in on 200. Still need 127 off 69, so it's still a huge mountain. Deep round the wicket now. And he takes an easy single. Hardeep back over the wicket to the right-handed Mark Colkin, who's on 9 off 10. He swings hard but can only hit it back to the bowler. So they've, despite hitting a 4 and a 6 in this over, they're only at the 11 that they need. It's full, and oh, no run again. Thought they could have run a quick single there if necessary. So a good comeback from Hardeep Singh after going for that 4 and 6 in the first half of the over. Finishes with 11 off it. He's got 1 for 24 from his 3.
Why is missing? Yeah.
Cloud just bringing some respite from that sun that's streaming through the window here in the pavilion at Horton Park. Driven nicely by Deepak June. They will take 2 as the always busy Hardeep Singh has to race round and cut that one off. As I said, he's been on the field for every ball of this match, batting right through the Canterbury Otago innings for 174 not out. And now he's bowling and fielding. Really good effort from him. This one doesn't breach the inner circle and there's no run. That's a huge hit from Deepak June. It's gone for 6 over wide long on. That would have come up quite nicely on your screens, I think. Just timed the pants off that one. Takes him into the 90s. Doesn't time that one, just does a little down up into the offside. Takes a single.
Really good, lad.
So Mark Culkin really needs to start joining in the boundary fun. Just gets another single there. The strike rate's 71, which is usually okay, but in the context of this match, not quite enough. Paddy Sullivan back into the attack. So Steve Hobson's really juggled his fielders around, bowlers around today. Short spells, 3-4 overs. No one's bowled more than 5 in a row, I think, or even 4 in a row. So Paddy Sullivan, he bowled pretty quick early on, 1 for 16 off 3. Here's Sullivan. Big swing and a miss. Shout for caught behind. Not given. So there's a nice tournament atmosphere here at Horton Park as the crowd builds up in the early evening. And Mark Culkin swings the ball away for 4. Or is it 6? The umpire's deciding. He's just checking with the spectators really on the boundary. They say 4, so he says, okay, 4 it is. And that's Mark Culkin's first boundary, so we see him loosen up and do some of that big hitting that we know he's capable of. That one's full again, just driven this time down to long on for 1.
I was like, oh shit, no, that's right. No, 209.
Deepak June on 92, facing Paddy Sullivan. He's bowled him. That's a big wicket. Trying to hoik it away. Wasn't quite short enough for that shot. Took the off bail off. And that is the other big wicket that they needed. Deepak June. Batted well for 92 from 71. But just asking too much of him. And sooner or later... Well, I mean, it's hard for anyone to keep going at that rate for a long time. So that's the start of July. In other words, the end of June. Mark Young is the new player. What can he do against Paddy Sullivan, who's bowled well, taken 2 wickets today. 2 for 21 from 3.5. Gets off the mark with 1. End of a wicket taking over for Paddy Sullivan. 2 for 22 from 4. Just what his captain would have wanted him to do. So I hate to say it, but it's not looking that good for Wellington Tasman now. I guess anything can happen in the last 9 overs, but they do need 110 runs, which is 12.22 an over. So, for the sake of the game, I hope it's a close one. But it does look like Canterbury Otago should be able to close this one out from here. We'll see. Just one for Mark Young. He's a good player. He can bat. Rapson again to Culkin, who hits nicely over extra cover. That's a good boundary. Very nicely hit for 4. Wraps in again to Culkin, just taps for one. Still no run. It's 2 dot balls. Young's just trying to give the strike to Culkin, but he might be better served trying for a more aggressive option. And then if he only gets one as a result, that's okay. But kind of past the point where singles will do it. And that's another dot ball. It's a great finish to the over. Ben Rapson, 3 dot balls to finish, 6 off it. 13 and over needed from here. The last 8 overs, 104 runs. Paddy Sullivan will continue after his previous over. Bowling to Culkin, who scoops it nicely over the keeper's head, pretty much. 4 runs, good shot. Seen a lot of innovative strokes today, primarily from Hardeep Singh, but also from Hamish Marshall, Deepak June, and now Mark Culkin. He's up to 24 from 20. It's a no ball. It could have been a wide as well, but for some reason he's given a no ball. Could have been overstepping. I don't think it was any field in front. So it'll be a free hit. Big puff of dust comes up as Mark Culkin whacks the bat into the ground. Hits the ball too long on and will pick up a run, but no one's really cashed in on the free hits so far. More good bowling from Paddy Sullivan, bowling full and wide outside off stump. More innovation from Mark Culkin, but he doesn't time that one. It goes a lot squarer than he was trying to hit it. Nice shot from Young. He's going to get 4. Well played. Very good shot from the Wellington Tasman number 6. Slamming that one away through the offside. So 92 from 43. It's not beyond the realms of possibility. This is a high scoring pitch. Sullivan to Young. Ooh, dot ball, he misses that one. Good over overall. A couple of boundaries off it. Well, 12 runs, so I suppose it wasn't that great, but the run rate's 13 now. Wraps into Culkin, who's down the track, smashes it up to long off. Just one though. It's a good strong hit from Mark Young down the ground for 4. So he's blossoming a little bit now, Mark Young. 2 boundaries. He's got 11 off 10 now, so there's 87 off 40 is the target. I've got both the Marshall twins in the room, so I'm going to insist that at least one of them pop up and just at least say hello. Alright, this one's wearing blue, so it must be James. James, you didn't play today, so you can't be too tired.
Absolutely.
Have you been watching much of this game?
Well, I actually went down and watched the Division 2 game. The final was the Auckland side, well, one of the Auckland sides that was performing. The Division 1 team wasn't, but went and watched them play the final and they lost. Very close match, lost by 1 wicket. The last wicket put on about 24.
I won't keep you too long, James, but just give us your thoughts on this this tournament and the concept of over 40s cricket in general, if you would. As we see a big shot in the air from Culkin, just down to long off for 1.
It's been a fantastic tournament, I think, for being the inaugural tournament, the first one, and we're also getting a feel for it all. The spirit's been amazing. Funnily enough, no beers have been drunk.
No, I noticed that. Yeah. Oh, big shot from Mark Young. That's going to be 6. That's one of the biggest 6s we've seen on that side of the ground today. So Mark Young is not going to go down without a fight. He's up to... I might have messed that up. You carry on, James.
Hopefully he's gone. No, I'd say he's gone to 18. But no, I think the thing about this tournament is a lot of guys have met, got caught up with people they haven't seen in a long time, and they've reminisced old stories, and they've also created new friendships. So no, it's been a really enjoyable tournament. There's a lot of injuries, a lot of sore bodies. and a lot of fellows are going to have to take a few days off work just to sort of get back on track, I'm pretty sure.
And what would you say to somebody who's maybe sitting at over the age of 40 wondering if they should get involved in something like this?
I think if you love the game and you love not just being on the park, but you really enjoy meeting new people that are passionate about the game, definitely get involved. And I'd say there's a lot of guys that know people at this tournament already, and the best thing would be to go and have a good chat with them and just ask them about the tournament and what they experienced. And it is enjoyable, and there's also chances for higher honours for these guys to go and represent their country.
Quite right. Okay, so Paddy Sullivan has been removed from the bowling attack, and I think it's going to be Leighton Johnston, the off spinner. There he is. He's bowled 5 overs for 37. As I said, a lot of these bowling figures in normal context would be considered expensive, but when you need 9 and over from the outset, 7.4 is not too bad. High scoring game. Did you watch much of the earlier innings? Did you see Hardeep Singh?
I did see Hardeep Singh. I saw.
Did you see him bat?
I did see him bat. No, he batted exceptionally well. In the areas of the ground he hit the ball was amazing. It was great to see my brother get a lot of tap as well. Saw him get put on a roof of one house over a road as well. So. It's
going to be 6 runs for Mark Culkin, straight down the ground. So that's consecutive 6s for the Wellington Tasman batsman. We saw Mark Young finish the last over with 1, and now Mark Culkin hit a straight 6 over long on.
I think one thing about this tournament is the batting, you see a lot of guys that still look like they batted a bit to the sort of level that they played back in their younger days. It's probably more the fielding that's we've noticed has changed drastically.
Okay, I wonder why that is. Shout for LBW, finger goes up slowly, and that indicates that Mark Culkin is gone. So with that perhaps go the hopes of Wellington Tasman, but we saw yesterday's game, it was all opened on, and then actually the same man who's coming in now came in, Martin Slabbert. He didn't do a lot of hitting himself, but when he came in that did sort of trigger some high run scoring. So we'll see what happens here. I won't keep you too much longer, James. If you've got other things you need to do, that's fine, but we do appreciate you giving me a wee bit of respite.
No, happy to help you out here, Jim. Been a long day, I'm sure, on the microphone. But I think what a lot of people have really appreciated coming down here, Jim, is these blending wickets. I mean, when you play cricket, you want to actually play for cricket wickets, right? And you want to see a good, fair contest between bat and ball. And Marlborough cricket, and I've only been here at Horton Park. Then I've heard down at Oliver Park it played extremely well as well. The outfields, the wickets, it's actually been a really enjoyable tournament because the facilities, the conditions have been so outstanding, to be fair. And it's been commented regularly around all the teams. So if you're going to have tournaments, it's really important to have the facilities like this, that the wickets are good, the outfields are great. And today, with that sun, my feet, my jandals, I've got the worst jandal marks today. Didn't even think about putting anything on my feet. So, it's just been fantastic because of those reasons.
Yeah, and a lot of these players are playing low grade in wherever they are, so some of them are playing on artificials every week, so to come and play on some great grass wickets is another reason to get involved without having to necessarily play Premier cricket.
Absolutely, and I think the after-match speeches by the captains have been quite entertaining, Jim.
Are you one of those captains, James, by any chance?
I've been getting a lot of shit from my twin brother because he's been winning and we've been losing, so yeah.
It's a single for Martin Slabbert, get him off the mark. And the level of competitiveness, James, how would you describe that?
I think it's been a really nice balance. I think guys have been competitive on the field, but also very respectful when guys have actually played some good cricket or may possibly been a bit unlucky. And you haven't seen any sort of aggro or anything like that. And I don't think this tournament should be like that.
You can go, mate.
Bit of Connell. Bit of Connell from the district side is going to come now.
Two runs to Martin Slavitt. End of the over. The 250 came up in that over. 250 off 30. That sounds like a nice round number. We need 69 off 30 balls. When I say we, I mean being short for Wellington. Wellington, Tasman. So 13.8 is the runs per over required, but at this point of the game it's maybe better just to look at runs and balls. 69 needed off 30 balls. Followed by Slavitt, just for one. One more. Quick single here. They'll get it because the field are misfields. There's a big six from Mark Young over mid-wicket. I need a few more of those. Good blow. Whacked away over the leg side. Here, plenty of work for Hardeep to do. Does well. Casually just boots it back into play. They run... How many? What's going on here? They run 3, I think. It's all go here, all action. Wellington Tasman are not giving up hope, which is fantastic. They need 54 off 24. All right, we've got 4 left. 54 runs needed. Leighton Johnston has bowled 6 overs for 48 runs. He will continue. He's bowling 2. Martin Slabbert, who's looked energetic since he's come out to bat here. 9 off 7, no boundaries, but he's scurried between the wickets and just added a little bit of energy. Mark Young has hit a couple of good blows. Here's Johnston bowling to Slabbert. Slabbert down the track, gets an inside edge down to short fine leg, and they'll get 1. Mark Young actually on 27. It says 21 there, but I mistakenly gave one of his 6s to someone else in all the chaos of what's going on here. It's always like this at the end of the tournament. So many things to do at the same time as commentating and trying to keep the score updated. Got all sorts of things going on. Bowled him! Big wicket. Full and straight from Leighton Johnston, and Mark Young had to have a whack. He did, missed it. He's bowled. It's the 6th wicket for Wellington Tasman. Mark Young out for 27. Who does that bring in? Number 84. Who's that? Darren Cudby it is. I think he's going to have his first bat of the tournament. No pressure, Darren. Just come in for your first dig and score at 14.5 and over, please. 53 off 22, if you don't mind. He will be on strike. Here he is facing Johnston, and he won't be able to get that away. More good bowling from Johnston, full and straight, and all Cudby can do is squeeze it out on the leg side. Maybe didn't run as hard as he could have, but he gets off the mark. Slabbit will get just one. Johnston to Cudby. Squirts it out on the leg side just for one. So it's looking difficult for Wellington Tasman now, asking these lower order players to score the runs. 50 needed off the last three. Okay, Ben Rapson continuing. He's bowled 5 overs for 46, so he's gone at 9s, but that's okay at this point. No trouble at all. Swing and a miss from Cudby. Whacked away, but only as far as the sweeper, and we'll just get one. Hit straight, again just one.
Really good, lad.
That'll be 4. Good shot from Darren Cudby, sweeping it away. Maybe too little, too late, but very nice shot nonetheless. So it looks like Canterbury Otago could complete the clean sweep, winning both divisions as they did with the over 50s. It would be quite an achievement. It's up in the air, they'll probably get 2. They will. Slabbit running hard. Let's try very hard today. Martin Slabbit done his best. We've got 2 overs to go now. 278. It's a pretty handy score. 8.4 and over. Just they're still going to fall, I don't know, maybe a few runs short. Hey, maybe they'll get up. Who knows? They need 41 off 2 overs. Okay, Adam Hastelow back into the attack now. What can he do? Just a single for Darren Cudby. 40 needed off 11.
Lovely boy.
Head down to mid-off for 1. 39 off 10. There's going to have to be some boundaries pretty soon. Swings it away. Could he found the gap? Yes, I think he has. Shot from Darren Cudby, his second boundary. This could go away for 4 as well. It has. It beats the fielder there in the boundary. Good shot from Darren Cudby, finding the gap now. Consecutive boundaries, 10 off this over. Is there still hope? 31 off 8 needed. Doesn't go through with that one. Maybe a little bit of foxing, who knows? So 11 off the first 5 balls. Need 30 off 7 though, so I'd say that Martin Slabbit needs to find the boundary or he's going to be leaving Darren Cudby too much to do in the last over. What can Hastelow produce? Slow ball. It's just tipped into the onside for 1. So, end of the over. It's been a great chase. Let's not take anything away from it. 290, scoring at 8.5 and over. That's outstanding. They needed 319 to win. So, huge amount of runs here on the number 1 wicket at Horden Park. All right, Ben Rapson in the shadows of the big tree at cover. He'll emerge from those shadows and bowl around the wicket to the right-handed Martin Slabbit, who's on 16 from 13, no boundaries. He's going to need to hit a bunch of them in this over. Otherwise, Canterbury Otago will win this competition. Here he comes, out of the shadows into the bright evening sunlight. And Slabbit goes down the ground just for 1. It's safely fielded by the captain who flings the return in well. It's Steve Hobson down there. And okay, 28 needed off 5. So time for some 6s, Darren Cudby, please, if you're a Wellington Tasman supporter. Here he comes, Ben Rapson, wearing the sunglasses, bowling to Cudby. Oh, has a huge swing at it. There's an appeal for a catch. Cudby's flung his bat away. Paddy Sullivan, the fielder, has grabbed it and run away with it. The end result after all that action is a dot ball. He just swung so hard that he lost control of the bat. So 28 off 4, he needs 7 runs a ball now, it's unlikely. I'll just pick up 1. So it's been a fantastic match. I'll just remind you what happened in the first innings. Hardeep Singh, 174 not out from 104 deliveries. And Nigel Collins, 84 from 48. They were the destroyers, hitting 7 sixes each in that enormous score of 318 from just 35 overs. And Wellington Tasman made a great fist of the chase with Deepak June scoring 92. He's been given out, stumped. Charging down the track, that's effectively the game. The new batsman will come out, but it won't really make much difference. He's been stumped by DJ Lyons. There's Darren Cudby. Good effort from him. Bring Sean Windle into bat, who did hit a big six off his first ball the other day. Yesterday. And he's done the same thing again today, the same shot, same area, same result, 6 runs, but Canterbury Otago, they win the inaugural New Zealand Over-40s Interprovincial Tournament, defeating Wellington Tasman by 20 runs in the final here at Horton Park in Blenheim. Excellent achievement from those guys. They worked hard right through the winter. They were well managed, well led, well organised. They had warm-up games. They put a lot into this tournament, and they have run out deserved winners. Lost their first game on Thursday against Districts in the rain, and here they are in the bright sunshine, walking away victorious over Wellington Tasman. What a match that was. 318 off 35 overs, plays 298 from 35 overs. It's an amazing match here in Blenheim. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage. We'll do all the awards. We'll maybe even have a sneaky beer. And all the information will be up on the Facebook page in due course if I get time to do it. So, from Blenheim in New Zealand, this is Jim Morrison saying thank you for joining me all week. We've got the Over-50s IPT coming up in a couple of... Until then, take care. Bye.